the Bantu TV podcast, and this is Kalinda Shachinda broadcasting out of the Hoosier state of Indiana, and of course, the city is always Indianapolis. And yeah, we're back for another live and insightful episode this week, the 23rd of February 2025. And without wasting much of your time, because the time we don't have, let's bring in the man himself, the enigma, the most influential on this desk,
And it is.
the one and only Mr. Chanda Chlufia, to do his podcast, his Babuzelas, like always. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The name is Chanda Chilufia, broadcasting live from Ontario, Canada. And we thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us, and so that we're able to discuss and dissect trending topics of the week. We have so many that we need to discuss and talk about. And of course, we've got our, very own in-house permanent secretary, our very own Masha. So we're ready to go in and discuss these issues. So if everybody that's watching, you want to contribute, you can follow the link and join if you want to discuss and engage us. It doesn't matter which political association that you have or you are in. We're here to share ideas for Mother Zambia. And also, if you're shy, you can just simply put in your comments, and your comments will be highlighted, or your questions, they'll be highlighted, and we'll be able to tackle those questions. And of course, like and share the page, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of your time, back to you, Bakalinda. Yeah, muted.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I was muted. I'm all over the place today. How about we bring in our usual suspects on this table that we talk issues with all day long. Let me start by bringing in the one and only my brother, also here in Indiana, Miss Doctor. I always forget about, but he's my brother. Anyway, we should give him the respect that he's accorded. Uh, Doctor Shigon Camillo, do your vavuzelas, please.
Well, guys, how are you doing today? I'm sorry, I'm coming in a little late. I was thinking I was late again as usual, but
No, you're not late. We were late as usual. You know, it's
yeah,
Sunday. Sunday is always a big one for us,
yeah.
so you're on time.
I saw the topics highlighted as like I cannot afford to miss this conversation.
We welcome you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'll be in and out. I have a little kid here. I'm watching also. From time to time, they may need my attention, but other than that, I'm
Oh,
completely
yeah.
available, and I'm happy to meet again this Sunday. And looks sunny and nice here in Indiana, isn't it? Bashachinda? It looks a
Yes, it
good,
is. Absolutely.
yeah.
Sunday, 43
Oh,
degrees. Hopefully,
oh,
we'll
you
Yeah.
guys are
reach
lucky. You guys are
45
lucky.
degrees by
We
Yeah,
4
are
we're
lucky,
o'clock.
guys.
looking forward to this conversation, and hopefully we can have a lot more people. To be honest
Yeah.
with you, this is a nice round table conversation. I mean, I just wish people understood the significance of it, like
Oh, they will
especially
come
what it
in.
kind of people share, how they feel, what they think, and all that kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. It
Mm-hmm.
would be very, very interesting to hear a whole
Absolutely.
lot more other views. From
Mm-hmm.
here, I learned a lot from pretty much every single one of us here, and what their mindset is about an issue, or is it different from me, and how will I actually learn from what they're thinking. So
Right.
it's a great platform. I appreciate that. I hand it
We
over to
agree.
you.
Well, I appreciate that,
Mhm.
Doc. How about we bring in the man I like to abuse all day long on this round table just because he's so lovely. And we love, for me, I love his insights on so many issues that we bring on this table. The most amazing, the incomparable, our resident PS. Do your Vavuzelas by PS. Bakazia, where are you?
He's busy watching the game.
Oh, who's leading?
You know
You know,
what?
huh?
Only Liverpool is leading, and it's about to finish anyway.
Damn it!
It's
Damn
about to
it!
finish. It's about to finish in 2 minutes.
Damn it!
So that's it.
We've handed them the championship. Anyway, it is what it is. Let's just accept the the result. Damn it, Liverpool! Oh my God!
No,
Anyway, there will be
it is
no.
what it is. It is
Yeah,
what
it
it
is what
is.
it is. There will be no rant at this table today.
Hmm. What can be rant about anything else? I mean, soccer
No,
shouldn't
there
be the
will be
only
no
rant.
rant from me on this table. Anyway, let's start. Let's start the show, and as people
Mhm.
come in, and hopefully, Bakazia, don't be a party pooper. Just come and join. That's not an important game. Anyway, let's start with the show. Then, how about we start by the Oh God, what happened this week?
Mm.
Uh, Bali, as he's fondly known by everybody, President Hakainde Hichilema this week announced some firings and some appointments in his government. I mean, I look at the names, and some I don't know, some I know, but I don't know whether. Well, I think let me not go there, but let's just congratulate Bali for actually this time around hiring more women than men in various positions, from ministers of Muchinga, Wapula, and I saw some permanent secretaries in that area, and
Mm.
then moving some lateral moves as well of the defense PS. Norman Chipakupaku going to DMMU, which is a disaster management, which more from yeah, under the
Unit.
vice president's office,
Mm.
and also oh, that handsome young man. Anyway, let's not go there.
Uh-oh. Poland. You mean Poland?
Yes, exactly.
Poland.
Oh, by the
Um,
way, he's a salad too, eh? So, to know.
so it's only natural.
Yeah, it's only natural. Anyway, he's been moved to the Ministry of what ministry was that? Is that finance or labor? Anyway, and the many women that came on board. The I guess the question that we have is that was that the right appointments to do at this time, or is it too late? You know, it's already too late. Why fire now? Or should he have had more people? Because some of them really, when you look at their CVs, I mean, I don't know who they are, and you know,
Mm. Mm.
I
Mm.
mean, what do they bring to the table? So yeah, let's get into it. Maybe before we do that, oh, there comes the resident PS. Yeah, what baller?
Okay,
It's a
boy,
game over.
I have been hearing you. You don't say they
Oh,
will watch you from Riyadh, but I've been trying to talk, but for one reason or the other, you colleagues couldn't hear me.
all right. Do your vuvuzela before we jump into the topics.
No, that's just okay. I think most people now know me. I shared a little bit of our conversation with a few colleagues. I hope they might join in to, listen to us, or just probably also join in to have
Oh
their
yes, the more the
way.
merrier.
Yeah, so just like Dr. Shimonka said, this is a good platform. Let's have a conversation. And I know that, like what Chanda was saying, that I'm the usual suspect. Yes, I'm the usual suspect. And I will definitely, today, I'll be even a more usual suspect today because of the topics that we have. So be geared and be ready to hear a lot of things. Thank you.
Oh. How
Okay,
it
great.
was?
Yeah. So let
Let
me.
us quit while we're ahead then.
Exactly. So I mean, I think let's because I watched I rewatched these shows, and man, last week was just I don't know. I don't know how many people want to stay 2 hours, 3 hours. So I'm gonna be a little bit more strict with time. So I think I'm gonna go back to the idea of giving each one of you 2 minutes to speak your mind out, and then if there's any rebuffs should come through me. That way we can manage our time more effectively going forward. Shall we now start the show? And we're starting on the presidential appointments. Let me start with you, Lufia, and I don't know. How do you feel about those appointments? Where is it a little too late? And have you looked at their background? Are they ready to go as they come through the door? I mean, for me, I think my happiness is, or gratitude is, the question of more women being appointed to leadership role, because we need that.
Well, I think it's never too late to make reshuffles or to shake up the system. Bali is a leader, and it's more just like even in for example, a soccer a team. The coach is able to bring in players. If you see certain players are not doing the right thing, he's able to remove them and put players that are going to, bring out a better game. So, Wagazia being a coach, you understand this concept. So it's the same thing when it comes to governance. I mean, you heard what the Banan Kane was saying, was warning the permanent secretaries the other day. He was saying, like, look, I think we're tired of transferring PS and all these other ministers that are doing the wrong thing. I think it's high time we started firing them so that they learn a lesson, and so that the people that are coming before them, they'll be able to take that as a lesson to say, if you're doing dubious deals or using your power, to gain, an advantage over others, and abuse your authority in any position you're given,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be fired. So this was, Bali has always been warning to say, we're going to give you a chance. Okay? Chance for you to reform. Now that chance, it has passed now. It has passed.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's time for action. So it's time to fire people. So firing, it's never too late.
Mm-hmm.
The government is an ongoing concern, if I can use that word. I mean, there's no too late or too early. Whatever point in time when you see fit, you should be able to remove certain players if they're not doing the right thing, and put in players that you feel will be able to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I support him 100%. Myself, I support him 100% in this move,
Mm-hmm.
because at least it's going to, because people were taking advantage to say Bali, he's soft on when it comes to his ministers, permanent secretaries. He doesn't want to act. Now he's just shown that, look, I was just giving you the time to reform. Goodbye. Okay. And those that have been transferred, they should be very lucky. Those that have been moved to various ministries, they should be very lucky, and they should take a leaf. And any other permanent secretary that's going to come before these, they should take a leaf. They should take a lesson to say, look, we should abide by the law and do our job, diligently, without compromising, government systems. Because what we need, the government is a machine which needs various players for it to work 100%. Now, if we have people that are trying to frustrate government's efforts in bringing development in certain constituencies,
Mm-hmm.
then you should be out. There's no room for you here. We need people that are going to work, and that's a good move. I mean, I can support it 100%, and it just come at the right time, because before we go into our second term, we should know the people that we're going into with, that these are trusted people. And if even them they make a mistake, you're out.
In conclusion,
I rest my case.
all right, Dr. Jigonga, your comment on those hiring and firings.
Well, Wachanda said here, I think it's not long overdue. It's just done in at the right time. Now, again, I believe people's complaints about our president being so soft about trying to fire people, just moving them around. is kind of legitimate in some way. I don't know what kind of loyalty he still has towards them, but again, the government is a really big institution, and
Mm-hmm.
you can't just always it can't just always know what is going on everywhere, and much of these things are pretty much reported to him, and so he has to act based on the reports. I think what is the problem here is the fact that it's so widespread and big enough that it's impossible for him to have a direct control or direct observation or direct understanding of really what's happening down there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's so far removed from that. So we give him a leave for that. You know what? Anybody can be in that situation. So we go back to realize that our government was infiltrated by the PF a lot, and most of these players in there are still in the trenches. So at the end of the day, this kind of pilferage and all other things that's going on, it will continue kind of going on, and people just don't really commit to working for a service to the people, but the people that work in the government. But I think it's more about themselves and things like that. So some of this stuff would continue going on, but I think like he has started moving on. Like I think it's a right step in the right direction by trying to move people around, maybe consequently terminate them, so that people start learning lessons that you don't just go there and assume you're going to just get away with it. Eventually it will go to that. I think we still got a few more terms like as UPND going into this government. uh things will change. He's doing the
Mm-hmm.
right thing for now, and I rest my case.
Great, great. Our beloved resident peers. The recent firings and hirings done by One Valley. Is it a little too late? Much ado about nothing, especially that elections are around the corner. Your comment as somebody who served in government.
Well, I will speak to this quite very carefully because
Mm-hmm.
I have had the privilege of having experienced both
Yes.
the appointment and the firing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we you see the things from outside, you may think that it's very easy to appoint a permanent secretary. And again, if you take the simplistic view of appointing permanent secretaries, you will continue firing them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I need to debunk one very, very big theory that the UPND has used against the permanent secretaries that they fire.
Mm-hmm.
There's this notion of saying that, oh, these are PF group, remnants of PF. But then when you go and look at the people that are fired, how long have they worked in the public service? Some of them have been there from MMD days. They were directors, they rose through the ranks. Now they're permanent secretary. They've worked with different governments. But now, just because PF is out, then they are labeled as PF. And they're not labeled as Zambians. What is it that they are doing wrong that cannot be corrected? And then, secondly, when you are firing, on what basis are you firing them? You must have very tangible evidence on why you are firing them, or else it's a huge cost to government. Let me give you a typical example what happens
Mm-hmm.
when a person is appointed. When
Mm-hmm.
you're appointed from director level into permanent secretary, you are retired in national interest. And when you're retired in national interest, if you're a director, your pension is paid in full, like you saved for 30 or 30, up to 55 years. They will compute that payment and give you 3/4 of that pay in one block. So you're talking of maybe being given a 2 million kwacha cash
Mm-hmm.
straight goes into your account.
Mm-hmm.
And you jump the queue of the other pensioners that have been waiting. You are given the money by virtue of that position that you've given from the presidency. And once you are done that, you are retired and you are put on a life pension. This money is paid by the taxpayers, who are the civil servants, who are the companies and everyone. The government money, you sit on that payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So you start getting the money. Now, that is another cost when these things are being done. So the simplistic way of appointing permanent secretaries should never be there. Some of the people that are appointed permanent secretaries in the New Dawn should never, ever be permanent secretaries. And I'm not shy to give you examples. I always give the example.
Example.
Shamo Kawana should have never kicked himself as a permanent secretary. He doesn't qualify. Pilato does not qualify. Chilese Kango does not qualify if you look at the entirety of the permanent secretary, because those have been given those from a political point of view. And I tell you also, the same thing with the ambassadors. The ambassadors get a lot of money in dollars. If he's appointed, you are repatriating him. It's a huge cost that you're giving him. That's why they get the taxpayers. They should never be anywhere near the political space. They can support politics covertly because that is what they do when we all save the government of the day. Saving the government of the day means the policies of that government that has come in. Those are the things that you save. But it also tells you to stop the government of the day from doing the wrong things. Now, if you stop the new government that is coming, learning the ropes from doing wrong things, then you are labeled as a PF. They don't even know that you were there, you were director in MMD, there for your PF. It creates a sense of fear. And then when you have these civil servants, and I'll give another example because I hope he's listening. Elias Musha. He is a diplomat, but look at what he is doing. He is right in the political space, but he's being paid by government. We understand the level of appointment. So it makes those other diplomats that are not doing it to look like they're not in tune with what the government is doing. These are some of the elements that I see. If they are going to appoint them, I don't know the people that have been appointed. I don't know what level of experience they have in government and what level they have. If I dig deeper, maybe next week on the conversation, I should be able to speak to each one of them. What do they bring to the UPND in terms of understanding policy formulation, policy implementation, government statute? You have seen how procurement processes have been done. You remember, you are very right when the Secretary to Cabinet was saying, "Oh, I'm fed up of talking." Why is he fed up of talking? Because some of the people that have been brought in those to control the government, they have no clue about how government systems function.
In conclusion,
This is very passionate, Kalinda, because we are speaking about appointment to very, very senior positions. So I'm not yet aware of the credentials done. I'm aware of some of the people that have been fired, the ones that have been fired. And the reason why they've been fired, we don't know. But when you look at some of them have been in the system and they have actually managed the government systems properly and they avoid to dig themselves deeper into the politics. The cadres have a way of getting permanent secretaries fired because they fail to play to those shortcut rules that they would want them to do. And they go and say, he's not with us. And the common nonsense of he's not with us when you're doing your professional work, it usually gets the president to make rash decisions to terminate the contracts of that. So, well and good, I hope it works out for that. I would have loved to touch the ministers because that is where the problem is. It's not on the permanent secretary level. It's the ministers that he needed to deal with.
right. Great insight there. Let's bring in the doc in Puerto Rico to do his vuvuzelas and comment on the latest firings and hirings by the president. Dr. Liswaniso.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it was, to me, it was when I saw that list, the list was quite long. Some of them have been transferred, some of them have been fired, some of them are pending redeployment. So there were 3 categories, and only one minister, I think, was fired, a provincial minister. So based on that list, to me, what it tells me from somebody who is outside, it tells me that there was a lot of wrong things going on in these ministries. So that's a bigger picture I got. If there was 1 or 2 that were fired or transferred or whatever, I would say, okay, there was just 1 incident or 2 incidences that have been noted by our president. But to see the widespread firings and transfers and redeployments and stuff like that, to me, in the medical field, we call it there's some cancer somewhere. Okay. It clearly shows that there's some cancer going on in our institutions. So what has been done, I commend the government, I mean the president for doing that, because he has sort of indirectly acknowledged that there was something wrong going on. He has seen that there's something going on, and then that's a remedy to eradicate the cancer or to treat the cancer. So kudos for doing that. On the other hand, I agree with our former PS Chandagazia, my friend Chanda, for saying that some people that are appointed as PSCs, they don't qualify, because the rule of the thumb in those days was that for somebody to be a PS, he has to rise through the ranks of the ministry or whatever, through the government structures. But we don't see that anymore. All right. And to me, it's getting worse and worse and worse. It was there in MMD, it was there in PF, it's there in UPND. There are people that do not qualify to be PSCs, but they're PSCs. So what do we do as a people going forward? We have to put rules, for example, that govern the appointment of these positions. If we know that the PS has to rise from director, assistant director, and all that, you have to know the department, the ministry inside out. For him to be chief CEO in that ministry, you can't get someone from Shangombo and all of a sudden he becomes a ministry, the PS in the Ministry of Defense. He has no idea how that ministry operates. So I think our lawmakers can easily come up with guidelines or laws that govern the appointments of PSs. I know our friends in PF had put some guidelines. They had put them guidelines. They said for you to be a PS, you're supposed to be a card-carrying member of PF. They put it in the constitution. So we need those guidelines as a nation, not party guidelines on how to appoint PSs, but national guidelines. I think without those guidelines or rules to govern the appointment of these PSs, if I'm the president, I'll do the same thing, because there's nothing restricting me from doing that. There's nowhere where it's written that I should not appoint somebody to be a PSC. In that, there's nothing that governs, prevents me from doing that. So why not do it? If I know that this person can perform, can learn, there are some people are fast learners, maybe. And so as long as there are no guidelines, no rules, we cannot blame anybody. There's the fact that we're saying that the PSCs in the past were those people that have risen through the ranks doesn't mean that it's the rule that should be the case. As long as there's no written down rule to say that for you to be appointed a PS, you should have this type of experience, you should have worked in the government for 30, 40, whatever. Anybody, even myself, I'll vie for that position. And if I'm appointed, I'll accept it. Okay, because there's nothing that prevents anybody from appointing me. So if we want to change the rules, let's change the rules. But as far as I'm concerned, as it is now, it's anybody's. It's free for anybody to be appointed. Nobody should be. I know it's in terms of performance. Maybe that person might not perform as much as a person that has worked in that ministry for 20 years. But you cannot say you cannot appoint Danny Niswaniso as a PS, because there's nothing that prevents my president to appoint me as a PS as of today. That's why. Thank you.
Yeah. So on that one, I think let me just come in real quick, and I think I'll have a couple of questions for Bakazia, since he's our former PS here. Now, yes, the president it's his right to appoint or disappoint anybody. On that score, I think we all agree. He can hire and fire, and he can appoint whoever deems fit to say this person, like you said, can do this performance. Now, what are government qualifications to become a permanent secretary? I think we need to understand here, because it's not everybody that's appointed as a permanent secretary. Some go through the government system, the normal way, the normal channels, okay? But the president will appoint certain individuals. So there, when you started saying about Machina, to say this one doesn't qualify, this one doesn't qualify. Well, really, what's the qualification? Really, do you have to study this? Do you have to study that? What if that person has all those, things that you need? Because when you're applying for a job, they tell you we need these certain skills. So it's a job, so you need certain skills. So what are those skills? Okay. Now, if I haven't worked for the government, but I have those skills, then the president has the right to appoint me or any other individual into that position because I got the qualified qualifications. Okay. So that's where I think when you were saying, no, this one doesn't, I think there, Machina, you are wrong for that one.
There's no rules that disqualifies people and qualifies others. So at the moment, unless we make those rules, it's okay.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask you, Bakazia, tell us, normal channels, what are the qualifications to be a permanent secretary? Can you explain that?
First of all, what is very difficult to convince you colleagues here is that you start by making an assumption and conclusive statements. Then you come and say, now, let's ask you. I don't know how it is going to be a very objective way of running with you what happens before your permanent secretaries, and even the job description and what does the service procedures look like. What are the duties of that? Because you start by saying, oh, you are wrong, or there's no qualification, or there is no this, so it gives the president this. The president can also be wrong to do certain things, but you still do them anyway as president. And that is why the system must advise the president. Now, when you colleagues here, instead of first of all trying to pull back and learning what happens, so that you see why the problems are. Because these permanent secretaries, if you end up firing the entire 56 of them, replace them, and put them on those pension systems that we're having and drain the government coffers. Because certain benchmarks may not be the rules, but they are guidelines. They are not the law. It is not the law. The civil service has guidelines. So those guidelines can be ignored by the president if he so wishes. And there's nothing wrong in ignoring guidelines if he wants to be governed by the law. And when he ignores the guidelines, what can I do myself? I'll end up advising. And after that, the consequence of his actions will speak for itself. So when you want me to go to the law to say, oh, there's a law that is going to tell the president, oh, this is the guidelines that I make reference to. I have told you to say, in the civil service, you have to be at director level. Because of the structured system of the public service from the rules and the procedures point of view, and the power that you're going to have as permanent secretary, it's not something that you can know in a day. You can't come from the street and know all those things, the government civil service procedures in a day. It's impossible. That's why even if you are, no matter how much you experience, once you are employed, every system runs you through what they do. But to avoid that lengthy learning of the ropes for you to be competent in that office, that is why they go into the institutions of called the civil service to know how many people have been acted as permanent secretaries when the permanent secretaries have taken leave. For how long? What is the level of qualifications? One of the things that was there to be permanent secretary.
In conclusion.
No. Let him not conclude yet. Let him not conclude.
No. We have to also have a factor in other people.
Yes, let me
And then
just
also, there's also a time factor here.
Okay, let me just give my last conclusive.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Document. Number one, you have to have served at director level. Number two, you have to have a master's degree to be appointed permanent secretary. At least when I was appointed, and the people, most of the permanent secretaries within the ministries, the provincial permanent secretaries fall under a different kind of group because they are more aligned to political systems than the ministry permanent secretaries. You will have to have a master's degree, have so many years of experience, have a check that you haven't committed any crime, you're not politically inclined, and things like that. So these guidelines are there. We can bring in another person, maybe from cabinet or from the commission, to have this conversation. But because I have to give room for others and to just run maybe with the summaries of that. So my view is focus on the people that know how the civil service works, rather than you pick cadres and give them permanent secretary positions. It's not right.
Like the PF used to do.
There was no cadre in PF which was saving.
I think let's not have a two-way
And yeah,
communication. Let's allow
I
other
think that
people also to bring in.
you should guide that, Chair. I think I
Yeah.
would appreciate that guidance, whereby it shouldn't be just because of me and him.
Yeah.
It is a question of how do we realistically bring things that affect our country in a more rational way than in an emotional and the political appeasement way.
All right. Thank you for that. So let's bring in the godfather of the show. The one who calms us all down, and Mr. Our beloved resident PS Big Brother here, Valentine, the deep thinker. Welcome back.
Thank you. I apologize. I was taking care of things at home.
All right.
Apologies.
Accepted. And you just found us talking about the recent firings and appointments of the provincial minister out of Muchinga. I think there was also Wapula. And then we have those permanent secretaries and lateral moves from the defense to DMMU. Your comment as somebody that follows Zambian politics?
I'm not sure the reasons why. That's the first thing I would like to know. I can only guess in case of Kamoko, who got fired a few weeks ago. But the rest, I'm not sure. If it's corruption related, then the law needs to follow them. If it's inefficiency, then the government has the right to dismiss them. I do agree with the Vakazia that the appointments have to be aligned. You cannot put somebody from outside of education to be permanent secretary in education, and they should have served in education for a while with the proven record, proven success record. Let me put it that way. They must have been successful in that field for them to earn that political appointment, because these are political appointments. Politics is always going to be in there, but people that are going to do the work and people that are not going to be aligned to a political party, so that we don't have issues of when there's a change of government, you start firing people because they were aligned to the previous party, and your appointees are aligned to your party. I mean, every Zambian has a right to belong to a party, but it depends how active you are in that party. If you are praise singer, then it brings suspicion when you're appointed. Are you?
Oh, great! And so, just just to quote the civil service guidelines on that, it looks like it pretty much agrees with what Vakazi is saying. I'm just going to read out a few things that I found here. It says to become a permanent secretary, Zambian individual typically needs to have a master's degree in a relevant field like public administration, economics, policy studies, extra. And then, of course, if they don't, then extensive government experience, leadership skills, analytical skills, policy expertise, communication skills, ethics and integrity, and above all, somebody has to be neutral. Those are the guidelines from Cabinet Office, gentlemen. So we hope the people that have been hired have at least half of those. Otherwise, if they don't, I guess the country's doomed, because these guys are the policymakers and directors of whatever development that we want to achieve in Zambia. Yeah, so if they can't even communicate what they're trying to achieve, then why hire them? If they have no foresight, if they have no leadership, so all of those combines to what makes a good permanent secretary in Zambia. So I don't know. Does Kawana have a master's degree? Who has looked into his educational background? I know Kambachile, went to school over here, so whether he has a master's degree, I don't know. For the Pilato guy, I don't know. I heard he was at UNZA. Did he get his first degree? Did he have a master's? So all that. But then again, you have a president that says, as long as you have a grade 12 and you're proven to me that you can get the job done, that's what we get.
Okay.
That's what we get.
You know what, Wakalinda? On those issues, I think that's why NIPA was created. Okay, we have NIPA. In NIPA, it's where you can go and learn all those things that Wakazia was talking about. And I think even he went through NIPA. So in those days, because I used to live just across the street, it was a government mandatory for you to go through NIPA. If you graduate from high school, they employed you as a government worker, because there are people who are going into government as government workers, grade 12s as government workers, but they had no any other education system. Most of them were taken to NIPA. You can go and learn accountancy, different government operating systems. You can all go and learn from NIPA. And then when you graduate, you go, they take you wherever, which ministry they'll place you in. And you rise through the ranks. Now, for instance, given an example, there are certain people you have a PhD. Okay? And maybe they'll just take you to NIPA just for fast track government. You go there, fast track, they take you there. They say, okay, all you need to know is this, how the government operates. Okay, you can be working, but you'll be going to NIPA, learning about all these government systems and how they work. Okay, because for example, Amusha has got a PhD. Okay, that's just an example. He's got a PhD. Oh, he has a PhD actually, but maybe, okay, because they're saying because certain he said the minimum you have to have a master's degree. Okay, that's the minimum.
That's what the guidelines say, and we can't argue with that.
Yeah, no, you can't. But if you have got a PhD, right, it means, okay, in terms of qualifications, you're there. The only thing is to know how these government systems work. Okay? And nowadays, with the way the world is moving, you can learn all those things even online.
But it also says you have to be neutral.
Yeah, being neutral.
Those are our guidelines. It says you have to be neutral.
Neutral, yes. Yeah, but look at it this way. I mean, this is not the first time that there are permanent secretaries that are aligned to a political party. Even the last regime, they had permanent secretaries who are still actually in the system that are frustrated.
I get it, but that's a problem. That's a problem, because if we promise the people that we're going to do things different from what the previous regime did, why are we going back? Why are we going back? So
we're not going back. That's why all this firing and hiring. That's why there's been this firing of certain individuals.
Wait, your turn will come. Let him finish.
So, just in my conclusion, that's why there has been all these things that we're talking about. Why did the president fire all these individuals? Okay, because most of them were very incompetent. They're frustrating the government systems, and it's because they were aligned to certain political party. So they were not doing their jobs or their functions properly. So when if you remember what the president said, he said, "Look, I don't want to fire whether you're aligned to the PF or SG or whatever parties or MMD. I don't want to fire you because you've got a family. Work with us, okay, and everything will be okay. But if you're going to frustrate our efforts, of which, if you look into all this government system, this is not a hidden secret. Everybody knows there are still certain individuals aligned to certain political parties that are frustrating the UPND's efforts. And that's why you see when there's CDF funds put in a certain constituencies, certain people don't want to work on it because they don't want to make the UPND government look like it's working. So if you don't want to do that, then give chance to other people who are going to do it. But in terms of appointments, so like there, what we call appointments and actual permanent secretaries that go through what Wagazia is talking about. You have to do this, you do this. They are there. There are many. There are many in the government system is huge. But appointments will always be there. And this is not the first and last time a president appoints a permanent secretary. Right. Valungu appointed permanent secretary. Mwana once appointed permanent secretaries. So it's the president's a thing. He can go and appoint whoever he feels like. I'll put this individual here. It's not a matter of I know you have to be in the government. So and anyway, in conclusion, my point is let's weed out all the bad elements, put in people that are right. In terms of qualifications, you've told us minimum, you have to have a master's degree. That's fine. And you have to know the systems which you cannot learn in one day. Fine. Sometimes there's what we call job on training. You can learn your job as you're working, especially if you have a lot of experience. Not that an individual, you just pick from a cadre from intercity and you put him there.
From my mother's village in
Yeah, it's not gonna learn in one day. Okay, but if you put in a professional that has a lot of experience in all these many other institutions.
Well, who is listening to another show while we are on air? We are getting a feedback.
So I rest my case.
All right, Vakazia, you have 30 seconds, and then we move on to the next topic.
They are not doing me justice here.
I'm doing you justice today.
People bring a loaded question and they don't get submission.
Yeah, no, there's somebody who asked you a question. I know, but you have a rebuttal, so you have 1 minute.
You see what is lost it. I have said, first of all, you cannot get experience through books. You have to go through it. That is why experience is very important to run government systems. If you are going to use your prerogative because I'm prerogative, therefore I can appoint it. Yes, you are going to appoint, and you should expect the result. What you should expect now what you are doing right now. So all those that have been fired, they are going to be paid all their monies. So you will create a drain on your country because you are applying yourself recklessly in terms of the decision that you are making. And this is one of the things that you must be able to stand on and say, President, when you are now appointing the next ones, do not go with this. This element of saying, oh, there are permanent secretaries that are there who are from the previous regime. There is no permanent secretary right now who is in government, who is from the Patriotic Front government. You fired all of us, 56 of us, them. It didn't matter what you did, wrong or right. It was just a question of, oh, because you're appointed by ECA, so because Lungu appointed you, therefore you're out. And it was not the president. It is the people surrounding the presidency. The ones that love to eat, where they're confusing the president. And now you go and appoint people that have no knowledge about how systems work. Permanent secretary level, you have to do very little job on training. Very, very little, because most of the things you would have seen them. If you're going to appoint people and take them for job on training as permanent secretaries, what's the distraction that you're going to do to your own system that you're doing? The policy systems will not be implemented because cadres don't know how policy systems are driven and how they convince the technocrats. If a cadre PS is appointed, the technocrats keep quiet, they zip their mouth, and they just start waiting for their salaries and say, oh, we are waiting for you to tell us as boss. Or the PS will tell us, boss, you will crash. I'm telling you, because these ministries are huge. The programs, the budgets, the complex that are coming from public service, it must be a functional unit where all the directorates are functional. If you bring a person who doesn't understand how those directives are, he will crush you. And this is one of the things that happens. The ones that will tell you to abide by the systems are the ones that are seen like, oh, they are PF cadres, because they've been doing it. They did not start a job, their employment in PF, for your information. They started, some of them in MMD. They were there. I worked for 28 years in public service. Do you think someone will come and say, oh, he's a cadre? I'm not a cadre, I was just a technocrat working. But because of people that think like you, Bachanda, where you just see a person who is working and say, oh, he's a cadre, therefore take him out. And then now you take out the people that are Zambian. Their qualifications is Zambian. It's not about a political party. And if you can do the job, and doing the job is assessed. It's not just like you are doing the job without assessment. You have to be assessed. So I submit.
Oh, Bakazia, your 1 minute is over, and we have
Well,
been
can I have 30 seconds, like at least something? Come on. There's 4 people talking about me.
Exactly, Doc.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
30 seconds. I promise you. I won't go too far.
We'll switch to Mr. Mwami, who is in Zambia right now. Go ahead.
Oh no, let's give a Zambia the man abroad some the platform.
Yeah.
Now those phones are hard to get through.
Yes, exactly. I was wondering. Mr. Mwami Maja, the man himself, the enigma. How is Zambia?
Zambia is good. The rains are nice.
And you are in darkness.
Yeah. No. No, there's a lot of light. You can see.
That's not a lot of light.
No, I'm not in. There's a lot of light.
You're such a funny man, eh?
Yeah. That's not light. That's a flashlight, Mr.
The blackout. That looks like a blackout.
Yeah,
No. I can prove to you that.
You prove
I can prove.
Huh?
Okay. Here. Okay, here I am. Here I am.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You can prove, eh?
Oh,
yes.
Outside. Now, yes.
Yes. I'm outside.
You are outside enjoying the wonderful weather. Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome.
Okay.
We missed you last week, and I know you've been having network issues.
Network challenges. Network challenges. Otherwise, I'm okay.
Good.
A lot of rains in Zambia.
Floods. I hear floods. Eh? Do you have floods there?
Yes. Not in my area, but in some far-flung areas. Bushigatende.
Yes, Bushigatende. Yes, my relatives went to see a sick relative last week.
But in Lusaka town, Lusaka town, the floods are there because of the paved surfaces, number one, and the blocked drainages. You know, litter is just thrown anyhow. So that Lusaka thing, it's a man-made flood. There are enough drainages there. There was nice Nchwala ceremony. And I would admit one thing, together with Mr. Chandakazia, you support me on this one. The cost of living has gone slightly high because of a lot of factors. The prices of things that I left and compared to what I've found now, they've gone a bit high. So the bread basket, in simple, has been raised because of the fluctuation of the kwacha and the dollar. That marriage is not very convenient. But otherwise, people are managing. No one has died of hunger.
That's good.
There is enough food which government has been selling people at low prices. Right now, there's what is called cash for work. I know. Cash for work. People are working. They're cleaning schools. They're cleaning hospitals. They are mending roads. They are unblocking drainages. They are doing all sorts of work like it used to be during the Great American Depression of 1933. You know, that President Theodore Roosevelt.
We have gone back to 1933 in Zambia.
Yes. Those activities that were happening during the Great Depression have been brought to Zambia so that people can do some work while they earn a living.
You are watching and talking, so it's not working.
So that idea of where Americans were working during the Great Depression to build dams, to construct roads, to build roads and stuff like that, people earned a living, and the same has happened here with cash for work. At least every 2 weeks, people are getting a 600 kwacha, which they're able to buy mealie meal. And the good thing now is mapopwe apya, amatabana apya,
Oh, nice.
imbalala chapya, abantu
Nice.
balafu mamonsala. So the prayer that HH gave when there was that praying for rains, oh God, you gave me presidents. Give me rain so that people will have food. Otherwise, I cannot make it. And surely, seven is for completion. It has happened. There's enough rains. This rains should also translate to Victoria Falls, and I mean too much water in the lakes. And last Friday, a friend of mine was at Victoria Falls. It's becoming a waterfalls now.
Yeah.
So if that can be a waterfalls, Lake Kariba water also should be going up. But again, the story of Lake Kariba is a bit complex because Zimbabwe has no load shedding, but we have load shedding. Same lake, everything. Yeah, it's a bit difficult, but people are managing. That's what I can say.
Great.
That's good.
Well,
Good
it's
insight.
you are really, really happy that you
Bakari,
came in.
so the only one allowed to mute the mic is me. Others must be talking behind the mic when Mamacha is talking.
Who is
that what-
talking? It's only Mr. Maya.
Because yours gives out a distortion when you turn yours on. It gives out a distortion.
When your mics must be on, mine must be off while Mamacha is
But
submitting.
you the problem with
Animal
you
farm.
is here.
Inakwata
You are on the
distortion
show
yenu.
and then you are also watching the show.
Ila
we're getting
kuna kwata ka
feedback.
echo ka echo
We get a feedback.
Temingala twewawe.
Ningara toyoro mlete.
Temingala
Okay, you talk to
twawe.
Mr. Mash.
Yeah, otherwise
You
that's
talk to Mr. Mash.
yes. That's what I can say now.
What's your question to Mr. Mash? Ask him. He's here.
No,
Yes.
not that. Matters. My question is you already answered that the cost of living is very tough. There's load shedding. There's everything has gone way bad. Everything is bad in Uganda right now. There's nothing.
Not everything. Not everything. Amatabana apya. Amata umfweni. Let me explain this. Amatabanga yapya kumushi. Yala ya kusoweto.
Echo transfer bombera kabiri na wait for whatever.
Precarious labor conditions. So we don't need concentration camps in Zambia to start making the Zambians like that. No.
Concentration camps. Where did that come from?
No, there are no concentration. No, there are no concentration camps.
Let me tell you what I mean. And
Okay.
Those jobs are required to be permanently there for people with social security systems that are working. Not if
Okay.
there's nothing that they're going to show up for. That is not decent work. That is a very indecent work because it doesn't guarantee an income, it doesn't guarantee the social security system, and the time doesn't even guarantee the occupational safety and health standards. So those are precarious working conditions that our Zambian people must not be exposed to. If you have enough food for work, me, I don't like them. Because that is how people are exploited. Ngabale Boba for 2 months. Imagine someone works food for work for 6 months. What will happen in Garikent? Nothing happens. It goes back now to start afresh. There's nothing like the social security system that is going to cover those people. We need those jobs to be transformed and be given to people on either a contract basis where they get a graduate at the end of it or permanent and pensionable where they're going to contribute in the social security system. This kind of food for work, not for me. Me, it doesn't fly.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
but you know the people that are working are not complaining. It's us who are seeing it from the other angle. Your point is valid. Lekeni nande guys. Lekeni nande. Your point is valid.
No, but
Your point is valid.
I refuse to have people to complain when we see a problem as policymakers. The policymakers must be able to see these things. You can't make a hungry person to come. But there's nothing he can do. It is us that are planning that must be able plan properly. Not the way these things are being planned. Once under 2 million, 3 million, you throw into
But let him answer, Kabidi. You're repeating yourself. Let him answer, Kazia.
Okay,
Allow him,
now for
let
my now for
Ramacha
better than
answer.
now for my at is better than what Ramacha.
it's better than Tantamen.
Tantamen yapi? Kanga
Tantamen muje. Tantamen mpole.
Gamrefa is to compare Tantamen if you reach. The Tantamen ya wama because the party already part might not what it. Now kupela fekali, that is what social cash transfer is as well. The Tantamen. When you expand social cash transfer, you just expand the Tantamen. So even more,
Yeah.
added more money to Tantamen. Social cash transfer for the people that is a Tantamen thing. You understand? We must be able to create systems that run away from both, systems that border on productivity, and then we now cover the people. Even though Tantamen, you can learn if the panga sense of matter.
All right, let's move on because
Let's move on. Let's move on. I would have answered to Bakazia, but let's move on.
Yeah, let's give Dr. Chikonka. He had something to say before we interrupted him with
Okay.
the Zambian.
Well, here's the thing. I totally understand that this is a very fired up situation where Kazia is. Kazia's got a lot of points about how the government should actually be expected to run efficiently.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But I think our government has been infiltrated for a long time by inefficiency due to some of these appointments that are done not in good faith, but by virtue of loyalty. If you look back and if you just digress back all the way, like starting from MMD.
That's correct. You're very correct.
Yeah. So starting from MMD going up, all these or most of the people that were given those portfolios to lead these bigger institutions, because a permanent secretary of a ministry is a huge job. It's a big job. There's so many branches in there, and they lead that role. The minister is just somebody who can be changed anytime. But if we had a system that was working, in my opinion, that was like efficient, could have been like to have those people, like Wakazia said, people that are promoted within the system of the government. Dr. Isoniso just said that these people used to go to NIPA for studying and stuff like that. It is true, they did that. But I think a lot of that was somewhat sidelined by moving people based on partisanships and different things like that. And in the end, this is why we see to this day that our government is so inefficient in so many areas. And it's because of things like that. People have not been in the jobs for too long. Some of them get moved to those portfolios without having any knowledge of anything. Like what Gazia said, you don't have a lot of time to learn to do that because you need to just be able to step in the job and run it. So when you look at that, we have had this problem. I think if anybody has to come up and say, well, let's see if we can actually make our government more efficient, maybe this is the time when we have a president who actually can think and have people that are in there such that whoever comes in, another party comes in later on, they don't move people around. Otherwise, this is what we get. So having
Great.
said
I
that,
think you summarized it so well, and I don't there's nothing more to add.
yeah.
Shall we go to the next topic, which is
yes, please. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, the third, the 1/3 of the PF, because PF is in three parts of there are three factions now. So the 1/3 of the PF faction led by Chasefo MP, Mr. Chabinga, right? That's his name. Announced this week that his PF led faction has decided to endorse the UPND in the next upcoming 2026 general elections. I guess the question here is, and I want to pose this to. I'll start with the deep thinker, and then I will go to Dr. Giswaniso, and then I will go to the man in Zambia, so he can give us that fresh take, and then of course Dr. Jikonka and Chilufia, in that order. So the question I have on that. But by the way, by resident peers, I am going to pose a different question for you because I would like to hear your perspective on it. So let me start with the deep thinker. What value does the PF-led faction by Chabinga brings to UPND?
Other than other than numbers, I don't see anything. Because in Zambia and actually probably everywhere in the world, politics is all about the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers get you in the office. So other than numbers, I don't know, and I'm really consciously looking at this situation because the last thing that we want in UPND
Mm-hmm.
is to have somebody coming from a confused, traumatized political situation, because there's a lot of confusion in it. I personally don't know which PF is which. Now, if
Mm-hmm.
anyone coming from there, I don't know what they're bringing here when they come to UPND other than numbers. I really don't.
Good answer. Good answer. And what are we promising Chabinga for him to endorse us at the 11th hour?
He doesn't
Dr.
have to be
Liswani,
promised.
yeah?
He doesn't have to be promised anything. He probably
Zam-
realized that he doesn't have the muscle pull in the PF to fight the other factions. So if you can't endorse me, I am going to take some people from you so that you don't win. That's what it sounds like to me. I yield.
Great insight there, the deep thinker. Dr. Liswani, same question. What does Chabinga bring to the UPND apart from confusion, in my opinion?
Yes, I agree with you. Chabinga is coming to try and eat the cake with us. He has nothing to offer. To me, we should be very careful who we invite in our house.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Because of some of these people who just come with their burden of confusion and then come and he's definitely not a leader. I can see that he's not a leader. He's just somebody that's bringing in confusion in the party. To me, we should give conditions to some of these people that want to join us. If you have a problem, solve it first before you come and join us. Because right now, Chabinga has a lot to solve within his party before he comes and joins us. So I wouldn't welcome him myself. I would put him at bay, at an arm's length and say, first sort out your house. And once you have sorted out your house, then you can come and join us. To me, that's the wisest thing to do. You don't want to bring confusion in our party because this guy has got a lot of PF has got a lot of problems right now. They are just all over the place. They don't know whether they're part of Tonse, they're part of Uka, they're this, how many leaders they have. So they have a lot to sort out themselves. I welcome Mum. Nevers Mumba is fine. MMD is calm, is joined, and that's fine, but not PF. PF is at the moment it's a wreck. In my view, we don't want to be joined by a wreck. In my view, that's all I can say. We didn't need to accept that. We should have told him, solve your problems first and then come and join us later. But for now, personally, he's not welcome in UPND.
Yeah, I feel the same. Mr. Masha, the man on the ground, like you, as Zambians always want, when we're in Lusaka, we say, what's on the ground with this endorsement?
Chabinga PF.
Yes, the Chabinga PF-led factions.
Those are the chaps that supported Bill 10. So we are bringing people that didn't want the current president to stand. So we need to think critically about who should become an alliance partner. Because You can't go to bed with PF, please. God forbid, you can't go to bed with PF, because PF the devil is in the detail of even their joining, because you don't know their motive. We can't quote PF now because they have no order within themselves. The factions are too many. You find the one by Miles Sampa, Chabinga, the one by Edgar, which is joining Tonse. Please, we can't have PF working alongside UPND. They are just better off Kuaya. Answer not Bab Dwyer. Kubab
Oh
Dwyer.
my God.
Kubab Dwyer. Ile la salasa ile Bab Dwyer ile la salasa not ya kinda ya kuchinga basaminako yabala saula. That's where they belong. Because PF in its totality, you look, PF is a party that is in league with this Zimbabwe party. What is ZANU PF?
ZANU PF,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. They call each other brothers. Look at what ZANU PF is doing in Zimbabwe. No. We don't need PF anywhere near UPND. They can Kutiba to lower. I yield.
Madam Chair, for clarity.
Yes.
Just for clarity. Are we talking about the Chabinga PF joining UPND, or are we talking about the Chabinga PF voting alongside UPND? What are we talking about?
We are talking about the Chabinga-led PF voting with UPND.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that one.
That's the endorsement. They said they
Alliance.
endorsed.
He said they were forming an alliance with the UPND. He was at the Kuala ceremony. He went on the podium and he said, "We are forming an alliance with the UPND, and we're endorsing HH for 2026." That's what he said.
Thank you.
Anyway, let's now bring in the man with the voice, our resident PS. I have a different question for you before we bring in my bro here, the dog, and Chilufia. When you hear your man Chabinga making that pronouncement at the Twilight ceremony, can you tell me what came through your mind, and where do you see your party going from here?
First of all, I will answer both questions because I have something to say on the earlier question. Now, I will sound the same way like Wamata is sounding. That you see, this shows how UPND treats other people. This actually shows the comments that have been stated here on this forum is a wake-up call for anyone wanting to go into an alliance with UPND. If Chabinga is listening and he's heard what you've said, he better think twice of what he's doing. Because he is being told, if you go with UPND in an alliance or UPND, this is how you view yourselves. The same comment that Mamacha said, the same comment that Dr. Daniel said, except the deep thinker. The deep thinker is the only one who said, I don't see any value other than having the numbers. But when you hear now the sentiments that are coming from the two colleagues about people that have said they want to join UPND, and this is a warning that everyone has given them. In UPND, you cannot be accepted. Nevers Mumba is being accepted, but he has nothing to offer for the UPND as well. You check his track record, it will speak to the same level like Chabinga. He was given a vice president position by Mwanawasa, fired. He was a high commissioner. What happened? He went back. He's been just He crashed. He actually brought MMD to its needs. Now he's in bed. There are two people that are coming from MMD. There's Felix Mutati, who was another president until he formed his party and never smoked. They brought down MMD. You see, the value of leadership must look at from the principal's point of view. Chabinga is not. Me, I even wonder why you say, oh, when you see your man. No, it's not. Because everything is done, defies logic, defies sanity. PF as it is still very, very intact. And there is one president for PF. It is Edgar Lungu, who is actually still coordinating the functions of PF. The entire PF structure is centered around President ECO until another person comes in. The UPND's pray is that, oh, there should be another system that should be created. The involvement of UPND in PF is a problem. You see, Chabinga is saying, I've endorsed President HH for 2026. When they met with Mao Sampa, what did he say? I am now pleading loyalty with my president Mao Sampa, who is standing here. And what did Mao Sampa say? The confusion that has been generated by government state-sponsored convention within PF is what has caused this. It will never amount to anything. Because like Madame has said,
where does the UPND come in on this one?
I'm going to tell you how it comes in. Government comes in. It may not be the UPND as a party. You cannot have a midnight convention with the police and then in the night all the things are changed. You can't do that. When were the reports prepared? These things are there. People have been talking about them, but because no one is going to listen to dissect them to the details of it. Whether we see the problem is that everyone knows why Chabinga and Lubushe and others want to cling to the UPND. Everyone tells you the same things you've actually said. It is for their own individual survival and not anything to do with the Zambian people.
Bakasia, the question was simple.
Then,
the question is, where does PF go from here?
PF, you see, the Patriotic Front is still the same, the way it was. It is not going anywhere.
You have three presidents. You have three presidents.
The two presidents that you talk about are recognized by yourselves. You understand? You are the ones who said 3 presidents. If you ask a genuine PF member or anyone, they will tell you about one. But because you force, even here I tell you to say in PF, me I know one president. I don't know the others. But then you say, no, but there are 3. You can, and this is what state crafting is. This is what the state is. It is involved in this.
In conclusion, let's allow other speakers. In conclusion,
UPND is inviting Chabinga at his own peril. If Chabinga comes to PF, to UPND, there is nothing he's bringing. If he goes to the elections, he will lose the election. The 3 people, everybody, the entire group of people that were endorsing HH in Eastern Province endorsed the UPND candidate in Petauke. And he ended up losing, including Never Small. So these are some of the lessons that you guys must learn as UPND. The democratic dispensation is there. If PF is destroyed, you will see it. You will see it from even the parliament itself. In parliament, anyone who is alive, who is the leader of opposition, how was he chosen? There are a lot of questions around this. And this is people have been telling UPND, stop this way of running things. Is this what you want UPND to be if you're in opposition? For instance, should just who is this guy who was fired become and say, no, I am now the president of UPND, without the structures that they've created? And the government should organize a midnight convention for UPND and choose a leader and say, oh, now we recognize this guy.
In conclusion, times 2.
Bakalinda. Like, feel like anything, if you are watching my child, if you are kind of a money. But if I don't work for we cannot betray you.
For catching on. Oh man.
Ah, man. Thank you, thank you,
The
thank you.
president, why UPND?
Thank you, thank you.
I have a question for Vakazia.
Yeah, no, don't ask Mr. Kazia yet.
No, that,
Hold your questions.
okay.
Yeah, I want to quickly call to Dr. Jigonka and then Lucia, because we have a special guest who I called upon to talk about the gemstone, the scrapping of import tax on gemstone by government. This,
Oh, that's good.
Deep think I see it, but let's bring in Mr. Passmore to quickly go talk to us about that, and then we can do what we do best. I know Deep Thinker understands, because Mr. Our consultant is joining in from South Africa, and it's getting late there, so let's grab him. Let's spend some time with him, so we can get the gemstone, story out of the way. But before he comes in, let me quickly bring in Dr. Jigonka. Your comment on Chabinga endorsing, HH and UPND in 2026. I mean, it's the same question. What value does it bring? Who is HH, Mr. Chabinga?
Okay, well, Wakalinda, is that my platform now?
Yes, yeah, it's yours.
Alrighty. Well, listen, I listen with a lot of interest with some of the things that goes on politically in Zambia, especially these parties. First of all, I was even surprised that Chabinga still is a president of UPF. But the last time I heard that the president of PF was Mao Sampa, and then I'm like, when did Mao Sampa give up that presidency? Did they go to convention? What happened? I don't know. Here's the thing. I take it very different from most people's views. Yes, it's one thing to welcome people. All these small parties coming in and all that kind of stuff. And I just hate the idea that it's kind of taking us to one party state. That I don't want. I want these people to really be strong. I want them to stand there and push us and do the checks and balances. We need opposition. We cannot afford to just diffuse all these little parties into UPND. At the end of it, it's going to be just one big, gigantic party with one president. And then we go back to the same old place we were before. I think as a country, we should, all these people like Chabingas, they have a great platform actually right now to say, well, why don't we unite ourselves with these old Tonse alliances and other little parties and stuff and become something more formidable? They can find someone there who can lead them. I mean, even if they're not winning elections, but we need them in parliament. Trust me, that's the only way democracy could work. As it is right now, Chabinga is a job seeker. All he wants is to just be part of the. Somebody said eating the cake with the UPND. Like, what kind of integrity is that? Like, come on. I mean, I'm just saying what I see. Like, come on. Yeah. Anyway. That's my take. I just take it differently. I just think these smaller parties should really be something we should be worried about. Not having these folks trying to join us and diffusing them. Mao Sampa is part of UPND, I believe, and now Chabinga. Where's PF? The whole thing that destroying it so it becomes us. No, we need them out there so they can push us. That's what we need.
Very valid,
and I yield from there.
Very valid points. Back to
I always tell Chanda that we need PF, but he says, I'm gonna whip. We need PF.
So what you are saying and what Konga saying are different. What Konga is saying is what is real, not what you say. You mean what you are saying?
Okay. Okay, Machina. Can to so point here in according to my own views, I think we only have one problem in this equation that everybody is scared to talk about. And there's only one man that has led this opposition, the largest opposition, to be where it is. And it is not HH, please. Tuilabepa abantu ba mkyalo cha Zambia. Ukubepesha HH, ate ulengera ati PF wishiteshani, itobeke. The PF has created all these things among themselves. Okay? They've distracted their own or ignited their own bomb. Why? Because they've got an allegiance to one individual that they pray to. That individual is ECL. Let's point it out right now. Let's point it. No, this is my time,
No,
Vakazia.
Vakazia, let him speak.
No,
We
no,
gave
no,
him
no.
time to speak. Let him speak.
We'll rebut to that.
Yeah, well, you can rebut to it left, right, and center. But my point is this. We have one individual that everybody were scared to mention. Out of all this equation, in what's been happening in the patriotic
Hey, get
front,
down on my bed. Really?
okay? So out of this whole conversation, one individual called ECL has been, even him, Vagazia said it, he's the party leader and is the party president and is the one making decisions, right? Now, if he's a person that was in retirement, then he came back in politics. Now, look at this. The Patriotic Front is not a small party. It's a huge party that has a lot of leaders. It has more seats than any other opposition in the country today, as we speak, in the opposition side. Now, leaders, instead, the mistake they did, they were supposed to go to convention. Convention, pirama 200,000 area. I wonder where that money went. They were supposed to go to convention. For some reason, they decided not to go to the convention by a directive from one individual who said, no, don't go to the convention because I want to come back. Okay? So that convention was put on hold until we decided to come back. Now, you can imagine all those individuals, count them. How many were there who were eyeing for the presidency of the Patriotic Front? How many were they?
9.
Okay? Where are those individuals now? They had to stay back because they are scared of one man.
Some are in jail. Let's just put it out there.
So all these things wouldn't have happened if they have just properly gone to a convention, chose one leader who was going to rule the Patriotic Front and give us proper checks and balances. Me, if I was I would have been at the background, even just giving instructions in the background. If you want to really control it, it would just be in the background, really. You don't necessarily have to come out of retirement to say you know want to save the party, but you're destroying the party. That's why you're seeing all this confusion. All this now, PF is what? A three-headed monster. There's Chabinga, there is the Mouse Sampa, I don't know who else. Yeah? And there's the ECO himself.
Acting president, isn't it, Luvinda?
Well,
the ECL led, it's Luvinda.
It's so confusing. So this is not a making of the UPND. It's a making of their own. We've got nothing to do with it. Now, if Chabinga wants to endorse the president for 2026, let him endorse it. If you're saying he wants to come, join the alliance, okay, with the UPND, well, politics is about numbers. You know how African politics, Zambian politics, it's all about numbers. But what is he bringing to the table aside from just the numbers? But again, we have to say, how many numbers is he bringing? And it's not, you see, politics is survival. Sometimes you can come up on stage, like the way Mausampa came up. He's thinking like running a political party is a small thing. It's a big deal. Okay, you need to saka not to saka to andalama. Okay, you cannot just run a political party on an MP salary. Yeah, you need to saka to andalama. So that's why this time around, abantu kwatavena Chabinga fidia for baisa fidia bale na besa bale for to align themselves with us. Well, let them align with themselves with us, but we need to keep watch. We need to keep that third eye open to say, guys, is he coming with what intentions is he coming in with? Yeah. So, like you are saying about Mashinati, we don't. Yes, we can never trust the PF just because of the name PF. But if somebody wants to join us, we
Now
cannot
you
stop
think you
him.
can be trusted.
We cannot
So in
stop.
No.
conclusion.
Oh, no, let me answer him. This thing,
No,
because
No,
no,
no, no,
no, no,
please.
no. No, 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 no,
because you
nope,
see,
nope, nope,
this
nope.
kind of talk is a talk that is so
Ah, we Wakazia.
no,
There
I need
is
to
no
answer him.
rebuttal.
No, I need to rebut
He
because
was
he's
rebutting
given
to
so much
whatever you said
no,
earlier.
no, Wakalinda. What is not right
No,
is that
no,
you see,
no, no,
he gives
no.
out
No,
very
no.
divisive
You will
and
come
from
back.
a
You
very
will come
reformed
back.
position,
We'll
and
come
then you
back
say
to
you
it.
should rebut. This
Let's
topic can
allow
talk.
this. Let's allow our consultant, Lakazia. Let's
Yeah,
allow our
but this one
consultant.
I will start to talk about it because there's no way we
Yeah,
are going to allow somebody
we will
to
come
use
back
certain
to
words that
it
is not there.
after we are done with our consultant because we are.
Okay, I rest my case. We've already wasted time for the consultant here.
Yes,
You're going
let's
to manufacture things
Thank
that
you.
don't exist. No,
no,
we need to.
Bakazia, but Nandi, you the deep thinker had something to say. I told him he needs to wait. So you also need to
Okay.
wait in the name of fairness so we can deal with the consultant. All right. Oh my goodness, you people already are leading me to drink. I need a drink.
In primary school, we used to call Chandagazia noise maker.
Don't do Bakazia like
Don't do that. Don't do
And
that. Don't
in
do that.
primary school, we used to call people like Danny bullies.
Oh my goodness. Let's
You are
let's not go
protected,
there.
Bakazia.
No. Yeah, you're protected. Well, let's
Noisemaker
welcome.
times 3 times 3.
Yes.
Bullies can
Let's
divide and divide.
welcome, gentlemen. Let's welcome our minds consultant all the way from South Africa. He has blessed us once again. I asked him last minute yesterday because I needed somebody with more information because I tried to get all the information that I needed to look smart in front of the world, but I couldn't. So anyway, we're just gonna go ahead and scrap through it. Welcome, our consultant, Mr. Passmo. Welcome, my Lugwalo
Good evening.
connection. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah.
How are you this evening?
No, I'm good. I'm good. No, it's interesting to hear the politics part of it. But yeah, like Wachanda would know, I'm not a politician, so
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't I wouldn't know exactly what they're babbling about. But coming to the mineral,
Yes, the government announcing the wealth export tax on
right?
Gemstone. Yes.
I think there are two issues
Mm-hmm.
able to address.
Mm-hmm.
The first, which is easier, is the process
Mm-hmm.
that government does through their consultation and get into a budget,
Mm-hmm.
and you know stakeholders go back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and then when the budget is issued, there are certain measures that go into place, and then the stakeholders engage with the government. And in this process, when the tax was done at 15%
Mm-hmm.
for export, that process was followed, and the stakeholders actually made their presentation to the government and said that the tax was not favorable to the industry, was actually going to injure the industry if it was implemented.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever presentation were made to the government responded and said, hold it, there's no taxation to that effect. That process, I think, is fine. But now the reality of it
Mm-hmm.
is, I think, which is a problem. The reality of it is that if you're going to establish a mine, you're going to establish anything,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to do a plant, whatever, you actually make a plan.
Mm-hmm.
That plan is that you know what your costs are going to be,
Mm-hmm.
and you estimate in terms of what the revenue is likely to be, and there should be a profit.
Mm-hmm.
And in all that has been made public, I haven't seen, and if anybody has seen, please share it.
No,
That
I mean,
when
I spent time. I couldn't find anything. I mean, besides the announcement, the
that
15%, because
no
I was
no
trying to
no
find out. I was trying to find, like, okay, how much money is Zambia
no,
getting from Gemstone?
no,
Mining, and what
just
kind of?
hold.
Go ahead.
Can you hold?
Go
Can you
ahead.
hold?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That the difficulty that we having, right,
Mm-hmm.
is that we like storytelling
Mm-hmm.
as a people, right? Here, what we're asking for is actually to be able to see how our resource is being managed.
Right.
What are the benefits to the investor and to the Zambian people,
Mm-hmm.
in addition to the corporate tax that they're paying?
Mm-hmm.
Wind back in terms of time, okay? What we do with traditional copper. When the copper price went to $4,000 a ton,
Mm-hmm.
there was uh, an action that came from Manawasa
Mm-hmm.
that there was a windfall, right?
Mm-hmm.
That there was a windfall for the mining companies because copper was trading at just under $1
Mm-hmm.
a pound in 2001. At the time when Anglo was living, copper was under just about $1, just around $1 a pound.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, that means all the projects that were being done, and anybody can put it out, that they became feasible
Mm-hmm.
at no more than $3 a ton.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that went over $3 a ton was more than the return that they could have had, and hence the windfall tax that was imposed on the mining companies.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that as a guidance. So how do the mining companies set out? They do their unit costs of production
Mm-hmm.
to ensure that they are within the $2 or the $3 a ton, and have their margin, and is not really having a profit margin, ridiculously, maybe 40, 50%.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't, right? And that's what Manawasa was on about. So when the Emerald people say that by putting 15% export tax, our emeralds become more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And my take is, really, if you can't sell the emeralds by government putting a 15%, what happens? That means you have to show us your business model which I hope they did show. But all we're asking is that, the people that come and try and explain, they should not think they are the only ones with the monopoly of knowledge in terms of actually how this tax kind of operates. That I give it to the government people. I think they have come and said that really, in terms of us backtracking, it is the Zambians, experts in the mining industry, that have advised so. And yes, there is a communique from a woman who is in charge of export, sort of precious metals, whatever, small scale mining, congratulating the government for reversing this. Fair enough. But all I say is put the cards on the table. Where would they reduce their costs to be able to accommodate the increase of 15% in terms of tax? It's not for the government to be able to improve the efficiencies of a mining company. But the duty of the government is to claim back what's due to them for the Zambian people. And therefore, we put a tax. The responsibility is, right? If you really looked at the efficiencies of those mining companies, where are they paying the money? What items is costing them money, which will be able to release funding back into the Zambian people? Right? I mean, take just for the sake of those that are right, that when Anglo-American left in terms of KCM operations, we were not breaking even, right? Because the price of the metal had gone down beyond in terms of what was costing us to mine. Right. The team that was in the interim, led by an American who had done similar work in Peru, one Russell Ali, right, assisted in re-engineering and repositioning KCM. That in 3 years, we were actually able to turn KCM into a profit making because we looked at our cost structure and be able to reduce those costs such that we're able to meet what was being offered as a price. And it's not the government that improves those efficiencies. So really, in terms of the tax on minerals, with all the insight, all the information that I had, is that the first step that the government took, I like to believe, was informed. But the change in terms of what has happened, I think, is emotional and not based on fact. If it's based on fact, let them put on the table, and we shall look at where the costs are that are making the emeralds, the gemstones, more expensive. I submit.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful submissions there. For me, really, what I don't understand is that Zambia's, gemstones are known, especially amethyst and beryl. They're known to be the most expensive on the world market out there. Why isn't my country benefiting from from these minerals? I don't get it. So at this point, let me just open it up to the rest of the group here to ask your questions to our panelists there, our specialist, our consultant, the man himself, Mr. Passmore. Who wants to go first?
I can go first. I'd had a lot of questions and a lot of concerns rather. Looking at the history of gemstone in Zambia, I think emeralds has been one of those elusive gemstone that governments since Kaunda have not tapped into. Because I remember, hearing stories or reading about this in the Kaunda regime. Every emerald that was mined was accounted for. But just after the Kaunda government, and when all these Kajem went into the private hands, we don't necessarily know how much emerald it goes out there. Now, if this company has been existing, that's still that from that time till today, they've made profits over and over and over and over again. How would they be claiming that they're no longer making profits? Okay, so that's a big question that I have, because there's no way if you're selling something on an auction, because when they extract those emeralds, and by the way, Zambia is well known to having the best quality in terms of emeralds and the largest. Just I think it was last year I was watching one of the guys. He owns a jewelry. Well, he's a jeweler. It's called Trax New York, and he makes these beautiful rings, chains for most of these high-end celebrities. He was holding a big piece of emerald, and he was in the New York City asking people, "Can you guess where this is from?" Okay, a big piece of emerald. He polished it, and then he was showing people around in New York City. He said, "If you answer this question, I'm going to give you this money." And people were failing to answer. And at the end, it came out to say, no, that piece was from Zambia, from a Zambian mine. So now you can imagine this. Everybody knows that we have the best emeralds, best quality. We have the largest in terms of size as well. And we all know that this mine has made profits over, they can never make a loss unless the way they do it, the way a company comes in, it changes, and then another company comes in, it changes. And us as Zambians, we don't even know that we've had 10 different companies that have come in, they have changed, they have made their money, they go. This one comes in, they make their money, they go. They build cities in Europe, Uganda, everywhere else out of our minerals. What have we gained? Why has it been so elusive? The only thing that the government talks about is copper. Emeralds, it's only now that we're hearing about it, really, since the export, the suspension of the export mineral taxes. Now, we know that the other taxes are still in effect in terms of the company taxes and all these other stuff. They're still there in effect. Only the export part. Now, what advantage is it that they're going to make for us, or why all of a sudden? Like I'm saying, there's no loss that has been made, or losses that they're making, really. Because if something is being sold at an auction, you go to an auction, you say, okay, my starting price is this. I mean, everybody will bid. It's a bidding process, but you got different players. But what are they bringing to the table, and what's the quality again? Because they're saying that, look, other countries are coming in as well in the market. Talking about Colombia, talking about Peru, and all these other countries. But what's the quality of the stones? Okay, so that should give us an advantage, because everybody knows that the quality of emeralds in Zambia are high, at a higher rate. Like, it's one of the top, one of the best. People would rather buy an emerald from Zambia than anywhere else in the world. But what have we gained? You know, I rest my case.
Okay. From what is being said, right? Let me just make sure that I understand what is being asked. Right? That
Yes,
in
yes.
terms of how the emerald industry has evolved from Mr. Rao and Mr. Mkumbula, how they were mining, and how the Senesenes also came in. Now that you have Grizzly and whatever, now you have Kajam, right? Are the two big kind of operators within the mining of emeralds. And that then you come and say, then post 91, what kind of things happened? What have we managed to gain from it? Those are the two issues. Have I got them right before I respond?
Yeah, so since the Kaunda days, the minerals, especially emeralds, it was accounted for. We knew exactly what kind of emeralds is getting out of the country, what we're exporting in terms of quantity. Now, after that, it's been elusive. Really, like nobody really knows exactly what quantities of emerald goes out of this country. And with this tax that's been suspended, well,
who is nobody knows?
The people of Zambia, like the people of Zambia.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I don't know about the government, because, like I'm saying, like, look, the talk of emeralds in Zambia in any government that's before the UPND has been so elusive. Nobody really talks about it. It's more like a sacred cow. Like, don't talk about that. Or we don't see so much involvement in the government, like the way we talk about copper. No, we need to expand to 3 million. We need to do this and all that stuff. We don't talk about those kind of energy when it comes to emeralds. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Well, maybe I've been too close to them that I've heard everything. And
that's
I mean, the problem.
Every average Zambian about the emerald. Yeah.
I'll tell you, our biggest problem is that we are afraid to read. Right? Have you yourself, actually seen the annual report for the Ministry of Mines? Have you read it?
No.
So where do you expect to hear?
Well, when it comes to, okay.
So all I'm saying, all I'm trying to tell you is, right, that in terms of information, in terms of the mining of emeralds and that kind, it has not changed, right? What the actual change that happened was that towards the end of the Kaunda era, towards the end, if you went into Ndola, ZCCM had Brazilian polishing emeralds, right? And that whole arrangement, I think, post-privatization with ZCCM going, that arrangement kind of disappeared. And therefore, the production from Kajam, right, was held with Kajam right? And the Zambian part didn't go for polishing into Ndola, but everything went in terms of auctions. But those results, in terms of the results of the auctions, are part of the report in terms of mining that sits with the director mining. So the information in terms of activities in mining in Zambia, the director mining is our custodian to be able to tell us, and the director mine safety goes on to the safety side. So between those two, they'll be able to tell you how much has actually gone out in terms of export, whatever mineral that we tend to have. And but what I'm saying is, in terms of the cost of production, that's a management issue, that's the investor issue. But for the country, the benefit, either, sort of mineral royalty or export tax, as they were deciding onto emeralds. That basically the change is not the. I mean, somebody told this to me, that where do you get a tenant to tell the landlord what the rent is?
Pastor, I have a question for you.
Chandagazia, you have not been given
I
the
am
floor.
saying I want to ask a question, but then
Yes, yes, I am here.
my question is, do you subscribe to what the Minister of Finance said on this particular subject matter?
In terms of the process, yes, but in terms of facts, I don't have them, and I don't think so. That for me, having been on the copper side, and for all my sins, I was president of the Chamber of Mines. Right? That those are my sins, right? That I've been on the other side. The challenge that we face is that we fail to address what is our issue and what is their issue. If a mine comes to me and says, the tax is too high, I can't meet it, I should be able to get back to the mine and say, thank you very much. When you are setting up this mine, what were the projections? Are they able to give you the bankable document that went to the bank for them to get the money that they got in order to invest in the country? So I haven't seen it, but so what I'm saying is, Honorable Minister, yes, they came to you and they appealed to you, but if you don't give us the facts, then those are just acting on emotions. And you can't run a country on emotions.
I
Having
also have
said
a question, Chair.
Does that answer you?
having said that, then I could go to my contribution, if that is okay, but Chair. Now, my contribution on this subject matter, by the way, I had a rare privilege of having done inspections on all the mines, including Kajem and Jim Canton, and appreciated the process. One thing that I see, and not even like I shouldn't even debate so much, because what Wapasmo has said is exactly how things must be. These are businessmen. There is no way they are going to come to you to start offering them, making themselves available for tax. If they can even cut corporate tax, it is something they'll be very much interested to do. If they cannot pay tax at all, they will be happy to have that, to do that. The problem that I see is the businessmen, politicians become a problem when they cannot separate their politics from the business side of it. And these guys understand very well that they will go with a business case and throw it at the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance will see things from a business point of view. I was having a conversation with some of my other colleagues to say, there is no way any mine can give up a mine, say we stop mining because of 15% tax that we're going to put on emeralds. There is no way. The investment, the returns are way too much. Like you have said, the culture of not wanting to read about how these mines even declare them. Remember, just last week we raised an issue of $2.5 billion finding itself in Panama from Zambia. And these people, if we had the right tax regime on that, there's no way they would have moved out that money without us actually having to critically evaluate each and everything that they're presenting. We need the facts, not the emotions about this. Vam Sokotwane on this one, I do not support him. I was very disappointed, and I was thinking that he should know much better that government requires revenue. Look at how many people you have employed. You have employed, added 80,000 people. I was listening to the president at Inchwala. He was saying he's going to add 30,000 more teachers this year. You have said, oh, the vice president was in parliament and was bragging like, oh, just be pregnant and get paid. You see, you have the huge population that are requiring education. You have a huge population that require to be, to be paid in terms of the internal service debt. And then you start giving away the taxes that should be, go into your basket. Where are you going to get the money from? That $1 million question is very difficult. No wonder now we start seeing the debt go up. Because now if you cannot find, you have to go and borrow. Why should we be borrowing when we have money here? These businessmen can never stop wanting to cut. They want to cut, they want to make more money. And it is us that are going to suffer for this. Once they take the emeralds out as much as they can, when this tax suspension is there, when we come to introduce it, they'll scale down the production. And once they scale down the production, that's when they'll come with the real figures to show why we should never introduce it at 12%. This is how I've seen it when you don't respect the mine. They change the goalposts. Once you're about to score, they shift them. Once they shift them. And they hire the best brains. Imagine if you have people that are not patriotic like Wapasmo on the other side trying to advise them. It is difficult. Wapasmo has a name to himself in the mining sector, because when mines are starting, he is there to give them the right information. I met him when the mine was starting in Solwezi. Everything was to the book. It was a mine we never heard complaints about workers, about safety, about everything. I'm not saying this because it's there, because these are things that I verified on my own. Now we have people that don't mean very well for our country, and they just start giving away taxes like that and the revenue like that, and they expect that they're going to improve the economy. By UPND, you need to wake up on these matters. These are things that you are doing wrong, and you need to challenge them. You need to challenge the minister, advise away from these forums so that you do the right thing. And not the ministers, not the members of parliament running away from the debate.
Can we contribute as well, please? The chair.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's give other people a chance because of time. Let's give other people a chance. let everybody go through. So I believe that's what Doc, can you go in and then give your contribution?
Thank you.
And Valentine can come.
Let's
Yeah.
make our contributions as short as possible, not long-winded and all that type of. Anyway, I really appreciate your coming here, Pasco, and I can tell that you're experienced in this mining sector. My question I have is this: when UPND says we're trying to fix what UPF broke down, people like my friend here will say, no, there's nothing that was broken down. But Pasco, can you confirm that this tax, the tax for... Hello? Someone is talking? Anyway,
Sorry?
Yeah.
Can I confirm what?
Can you confirm that this tax was, that Musokotwane was trying to introduce 15%, was actually there all along until 2019 when Edgar Chagwa took it away from Gemstone? 2019. 15% export duty tax was taken away from Kagem by PF in 2019. Can you confirm that, please?
There are two things that happened.
Yeah.
That I think Vasata did the introduction in terms of the export tax on concentrate and other things. And that, yes, Kagem did manage to get it reversed the other time round.
In 2019.
I don't have the dates, but I
Yes.
know as a fact that it was reversed.
So the UPND government is just trying to reintroduce the tax that was taken away from Kagem in 2019.
No. I think that's the wrong thinking. Right? If they're trying to reintroduce, that's the wrong thinking. What I think the UPND government is doing is to realize the value, right? Not saying this is that somebody did. It should actually say, in order to get Zambia, even to the tune of producing 3 million tons of copper, they are looking at the revenue to be able to turn Zambia back into middle income. Okay? And therefore, you look at all your resources, right? Which resources will be able to give you the money to develop the country? The low-hanging fruit is emeralds. Because for reasons that everybody's saying, the Zambian emeralds, Colombia and whoever, Zambian emeralds are still the best. So they should have the premium. So when they do the auctions, definitely there is that inherent value. Okay? So the UPND government, I have no mandate from them, but I would like to think it's not that they're saying PF remove this or we bring it back. No, they're looking at saying, in order to have the country to be at this level, which sectors are going to bring the money? Right? And one of the sectors that they were thinking of was the emeralds, and hence the 15%. And like what Chanda is saying, that the other side, right? I mean, who wants to pay if you don't have to pay? Nobody, right? But the only way that you do is like the way Norway does, is to challenge them and says, give us your books, right? And you go line item, right? How much are they paying?
Sorry, Pasco, for interrupting. But when I heard the Minister of Finance talk, remember he came online, I stopped whatever I was doing and he was reading a statement which is available to everybody. It says, the reinstatement of export tax effective January 1st, the Zambian government reinstated the 15% export duty on precious gemstones and metals in Zambia. This decision reversed the suspension that had been in place since 2019. So this duty was suspended in 2019 by the Zambian government. And Muso Kotwani and his government are trying to they tried to reinstate the 15% export duty that has been suspended, that has been on suspension since 2019, in order to increase the revenues from our special. So the government of UPND is trying to reinstate this.
Hold it.
But the
right?
language was that
What
they
is
are
oh
waiving.
no, just hold it,
Go
right?
ahead.
So in January they're trying to reinstate. In February they're agreeing with what PF did. So what's the problem now? That means the statement that Musokoso made in January, right, is now going back on his word that they are reinstating. And I'm saying that's the wrong way to look at it. And that's why they're able to, bend their knee, right? So if we're saying in January that the PF did all these things and it wasn't the right thing for Zambia, how can it be the right thing for Zambia to suspend them again? If we said in January it wasn't right.
The minister.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. According to me.
No, I'm asking you. You said that the minister said, right? We are reinstituting this thing that was suspended in 2019.
Yes.
Because it wasn't good for Zambia.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Then in February it says, the 15% is out.
Okay. So
right?
Can I answer
now
that?
my question? No, I haven't got a question yet. Wait for the question, my friend. Right? So if the minister is able to reverse his decision in January to go back to 2019 kind of decision, what wasn't good for Zambia in January, suddenly we're saying it's good for Zambia. Really? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is that what the minister is saying?
No. What I'm trying...
Why has the minister accepted to change, to move and get the tax off the books?
Well, I think according to what the minister, I followed the minister, what he was saying, very closely.
Yeah.
He said, according to world standards, according to our competitors, for Zambia.
Excuse me. In January, the world standards were not there.
No. I'm just saying what he was saying. Okay.
That's another argument.
That's another argument.
I'm asking you, right?
I didn't even answer.
Okay, because you said, what did the minister say?
No. I mean, let the dog answer, because there's a question and then you can come in.
I want to answer.
Right.
So the minister said, we as a government knew that we needed this 15% as of January 1st. And then there was this, I don't know what word to use, a protest, not a protest as such, but there was this pushback by the Kajem and small other precious mineral miners. They say no.
It's consultation.
Yes. So they've complained, no, our gemstones will be out, we cannot sell if this and that. And then they reversed something that, of course, that they were what was right in January, as you have said. they reverse and say, okay, we have understood you. Because there was one presenter actually that said, I'm going to close my mind. Because what Kagem did, it wasn't really Kagem that was talking. It was the smaller ones, the small other miners who have very few little investments. Kagem was in the background wanting to benefit from the small little guys that were presenting the government. They said, look, I opened my mine last year. I only have 10 people. If I do this, I have to close my mine and lay off the 10 people that I've just employed. So Kagem was sort of in the background while it's using the smaller little players to present to the government. And the government was looking at these smaller players who are majority of them Zambians. They were there presenting to the minister. And so the government.
Hello. Excuse me. What I said was that each mine, right? Even the smaller mine, right? If you look at the cost structure, where are the expenses, right? To make that 15% draw them off the top, right? So if you look even at the smaller miner, right? The chances are he's spending his money and he's bought himself a Benz, right? Instead of getting that money onto the mine. And he expects us as Zambians to be able to say, you're going to go out of business. When instead of spending the money on the mine, he spent on a Benz for himself and a Benz for his uncle and whatever. So what I'm saying is we need due diligence on these mines and not emotions.
Pasmo, maybe to just help you on that, Dani and mostly Bachanda, I think they may not be very aware about those details when the issue that you're talking about a lifestyle where they buy the Benz for the uncle, the niece, and everything else, and then come back and complain about the process itself. It's very common in the mining sectors on the copper belt, and especially these emeralds, gold mines. Once they hit a jackpot, they chew all the money. Tomorrow they are back at the same place, and they don't want you to do. They'll come and complain and convince you, and they'll show it. But the lifestyle that is there is not that of the entrepreneurship and the growing the business. That is why I think, Vadani, if you hear what Wapasmo is saying let's go slightly deeper into getting the actual facts of what should be able to be a decision, where we should be based our decisions, based on these factors that are inputted in the cost drivers themselves. For instance, remember, we stopped the mines from sending 5,000 people, what was Mupani, from sending 5,000 Zambians by putting a mine on the care and maintenance. Basically because they were using that, their labor cost was unsustainable. So we said, bring what you are paying the Zambians, let's see the wage structure of the expatriates. Because if the wage structure is not very well, you start by removing the expatriates and see how the cost driver in terms of the labor market, the labor will go down. And immediately we touched that, what did they do? They suspended that process of sending the Zambians away from home, away from the mine to send them into redundancy. So there are a lot of these things that happen around the globe, which the Minister of Mines must be able to be answerable and bring to the speak. I submit.
Right. Let me just that in 2008, right, there was the world meltdown, economic meltdown, okay? And the price of copper just went under. Right? The management that I was working with at Mopani, we did manage to prevent the loss of employment and the closure of the mine. That actually Mopani survived in 2008, 2009 by actually, sort of looking at our costs and seeing where we could save the money so that we're able to produce copper less than the price that we're getting for it. So All I'm saying is, with all these kind of things that you're talking about, level it, right? Level it, that it's all to do with the unit costs of the mine. And where are those costs? Has the minister got them? I hope he has. And if he has, I don't have a problem, right? But from from the kind of conversations that the minister and the people around the presidents are saying, right? They are not addressing that issue. They're addressing the emotional issue that you're putting at 15%. Yes, 15%. Get it down. You know, not all of us, right, are happy enough not to know the details. Right? So if they give an Excel sheet and say, right, labor, expatriate is so much, and electricity is so much, diesel is so much, and you know, you get into all other details. What is the C1 cost for them, right? And you find that in actual fact, they'll be able to reduce their costs so that they're able to make that margin to be able to give the 15%. But that requires you to be discussing on a similar kind of issues. But if you are on emotional kind of things that PF, we were only doing it because PF had taken it off. Yes, you can make the same kind of stupid mistake. And we'll ask you the question, what led PF to withdraw? It must be the same thing that has led you to withdraw. And therefore, when people make allegations that you know, you people are busy lining your pockets, you can say, maybe they're right.
Okay.
Because
So,
you haven't done the right thing. Hello?
you know, I got a question for you.
Yes.
All those things that you're saying are good, nice, and me, my point of view is not a matter of the decision that the UPND government has either rescinded from, you know, charging or suspended the export mineral taxes on them. My point is this: all these years that KAGEM has been in existence, that have made supernatural profits, that have and it's a hidden secret, that have made a lot of money out of our minerals, which is emerald itself. Okay, just on emerald itself, if us as Zambians, as you as experts, okay, we had to utilize it in a manner that is supposed to be utilized, we would not even need the World Bank. We would not even be borrowing all these Euro bonds. But all we utilize is just the emeralds itself, just one mine only. And we'll be able to sustain Zambia. Now, how much? Because here's the thing, the statistics, it's saying an emerald can be between $1 to about 100,000 in terms of per carat on the world market. How much is the Zambian emerald per carat on the world market as we speak today? How much is it? If you have those statistics, can you inform us?
No, I don't have those statistics, right? All I'm saying is I do not have any production details in terms of emeralds.
Okay. Well,
What
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you.
Let me answer. Let me finish. Huh?
Okay. Go ahead.
But all I'm saying is that when the government puts a tax of 15%, and the emerald says we can't handle this, what you should ask instead is, can you show me your profit and loss? Show me your cost structure. How much is it costing you to put an emerald on the table?
Mhm.
right? And then we know what they get in terms of the auctions. We know what the averages would be, but what you don't have, right? What the mining companies do not give to the Ministry of Mines is the unit cost. They give you the production, they give you whatever kind of things they do, but they don't give you
Which is
the unit
unverified,
cost.
by the way.
Well, why can't you verify it? Who stops you?
Who knows? You know, because we only own what is it? In Kajem, we only own what is it? 25%. I don't know whether it's 20% or less.
No, who stops you from checking that actually this is the right amount that they produce?
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. The counter times when every
no. Even now, right? The structures in terms of mining, the only thing that has changed between Kaunda and now is that the ownership is more on the private than it is on the government.
Exactly.
That's honest. But in terms of the structures, the mine safety is still the same, production is still the same, right? That you submit those reports to the Ministry of Mines because at the end of the day, right, those mines have got a lifespan. Okay? And therefore, if you cease to mine because there's no more copper to be mined, how do you handle that environmentally? Right? So the Minister of Mines is aware what exactly is happening or should be aware.
Okay.
Right? So, so you can't say we don't know. We know, but we don't want to know.
I think we know, but the information that we have is limited.
That we know.
No, the information may be limited at the fact that because we don't own the majority share.
No.
The majority shareholding. The government is, for instance, if I'm given a task as director of mine, I do not have to do with any information about shareholding. It's not their baby. I go there and get this information, and no one can stop you from getting information. If someone stops you from getting information, you can fight them. So the information is there.
So you brought up a good point, Machina. What year was that when you were PS there? When you were your labor what was it? When you're dealing with the mines anyway. So did you have statistics, for example, when Kajem was producing, do you have the statistics at your fingertips to tell us this is how much they produced in this year?
He was labor.
Yes,
he was labor and not mines.
Yes, I was not
right.
So if you ask me about all the statistics about employment in the mines, I had them, and I had them by number, by even salary, and even by contract. I had all that. So if you ask me about that, I had them.
Okay.
And no one stopped me from getting them. When they wanted to stop me from getting them, I said, I'm going to have you arrested. And
lock them up. Yes. I mean, if you don't provide the information, you can be locked up. What the problem, like I said, right, is that in terms of mining regulations, even in the Minerals Act, right, the one that has given you a mining license has to have information in terms of the mining that you have done. And that, it doesn't matter whether it was Kaunda, it was Chiluba, or whatever, because at the end of the mining has a lifespan. Right? So if you are not ready, you end up with disasters in the country because those mining areas, will provide a hazard. So what we're saying is, colleagues, let's let's deal with the facts. Let's not deal with emotions. Emotions will get us nowhere. Right? But I'm saying what I'm saying because when the windfall tax came in, right? For my sins, I was the president of the Chamber of Mines. Right? And in terms of the discussions that we had to go there with the facts. And if anybody had wanted to know in terms of the facts that we presented to Magande and to the president and to the minister of mines, those will be able to give you. And we'll be able to tell you that in terms of the unit cost of production, this is where we are. And the difficulty that we're having is that you put this tax, right? There's a way you could work around it. And, get it that when it's $1.10 a pound, right? You don't go and do a tax of 25% on it, right? So the 3% that was there was acceptable at $1, right? But the moment you went up, the more the benefits were, then the more the tax that you should be able to give, right? And not a blanket one. So those are the kind of issues that it was facts, not emotions. And then when people ask, right, the Minister of Finance and the economic advisor or whatever he is should be able to come and say, right, we are stretching so much in terms of these emeralds. And these players, this is their cost profiles. And then when you put the 15%, really, they're not getting any money. Nobody's going to buy. That's fine. But not just tell us that, the PF, scrapped it in 2019 and we're reintroducing it. And now people complain and say, no, let's go back to the PF days. Hello? Did you really do your work before you introduced the tax? I mean, I don't think Musokotwan is that incompetent. I don't think so. I think he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I agree with you, our consultant here, Mr. Passmore, but wow, what a discussion we've had on this. And let me just bring in one person that hasn't said a word before we move on to the next topic, because we are already almost 3 hours deep, and I was aiming for 2 hours today. Deep thinker, your final words on this. I mean, you've heard the arguments that we're going. I kept quiet because I wanted to give people, a say on this very important topic for our country in terms of resource generation for our people. Deep think, your final comment on the gemstone tax.
All right. Don't forget, I have questions for Bakazia. So, on the gemstone, I've heard everything that was said, and I've learned a lot from this discussion now. For me, as a basic person, I just want a conversation around you do not increase the production to increase the money. You decrease production and negotiate the higher price. I think my basic economics tells me that that's the best way to improve an economy. I yield.
Great. All right, Mr. Our consultant, Mr. Passmore, your final words before we move on this tax.
Yeah. that as the narrative that is being painted, right, is that Zambian mining environment has not been stable. We've increased and changed taxation so often.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, well, that's fair. Because, like this move, okay, this move of getting back and taking rid of the mineral export tax, that this is driven from the investors. But when the people have spoken, the tax is going to come back. So the choice is theirs. Do you let the people speak, or do you change before the people speak? Because you go back, you need
Wow.
that UNIP was associated with the mining companies with the ZCCM. And when the people were speaking, UNIP was out. Right? And MMD, who initially was fine, but they got too close to the mining companies that they were able to make room for PF to come through. Right? And PF came, and PF also got too close to the mines, the mining houses, and the people spoke, and PF wasn't there. So the politicians, the UPND, were trying to understand and trying to do what was right for the country, and here's the 15%. And now they've bended their knee to the mining house, and they're letting themselves close to the mining houses, and the people on the copper belt will speak. Thank you.
My last comment. I now my last comment. My passport, what you have said, I hope they are listening. The problem that we have in the country is that politicians don't learn. That's why history repeats itself. Right now, what you do is exactly how things must be done. Listen to what the citizens are saying. I have not heard a single person other than the politicians wanting to support this kind of, gymnastic that the mine owners are playing on government. Please listen. Zambia should be first. There is no country where the Zambians are going to go and get the revenue from their wealth other than what is sitting in the ground. I thank you for what you have just presented.
No, sorry, to what I'm saying, right? Like I said, I go back to 2008. We did fantastic things as mining company and saved the closure of Mopani. However, if you look and carefully look at Zambia, right? That when the government, federal included, siding with the mining companies, they create room for the opposition. It was UNIP, and that's how they managed to get the federal guys out. When UNIP was so close with ZCCM, and the people, the voters are workers of the mines. And if the voters are not siding with the owners of the mine, then they'll go the other way. So I'm not saying anything new, right? You can go back to 1963, go back to 1991, go back to 2011, go back to 2021. It's very clear that once the government is seen to be on the side of, in terms of decisions that are taken, on the side of the mining owners, the people tend to speak differently. So just look at your history, understand where you're coming from, understand where you are, and do something for the people. And you'll be safe.
Depends
Wow.
on management.
Thank you. Thank you to our mining expert here, consultant, Mr. Passimo, for coming through today and school us on these things. It's important. I hope our government is listening, because the sentiments that I got once that was announced, it was very disheartening, and especially we're so close to elections, so hopefully we'll get something positive, moving towards that area. So shall we now move on to the next topic, which is the Nchwala ceremony, which was held by the Ngoni people this past week. I guess we saw a lot of dances and saw some
But
very.
Chair, the deep think had a question for me. We ignored him for a while.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm using a different device now because my other device is telling me, it's about to shut down. All right, Deep Thinker, go ahead with your question.
Mine
Before we
is
go.
a very simple question.
Yes.
Vakazia, who's holding the key to the PF Secretariat? And I'm asking that question to as a way of punctuating what Chabinga said, that the PF is now trying to have an alliance with the UPND and you should vote along those lines. Does Chabinga have the key to the PF Secretariat? Is it Miles Sampa who has the key, or is it Dr. Lungu who has the key? Who signs the checks?
The key to the Secretariat of PF is held by the UPND, I think. I'm going to tell you why I say that. There's a reason why I'm saying that the key to the PF Secretariat is held by the UPND government.
Through who?
Through the UPND, I don't know whoever is. Why I would say that, my deep thinker, and I'm going to be very clear with you.
When every morning, who opens the PF Secretariat? It's not HH.
Deep thinker, at this point in time, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at this point in time, I don't know. The only thing that I know is that the government interest in the Patriotic Front has been too visible.
That's not where I'm going.
Visible, a deep thinker.
That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is I'm trying to look at, is Chabinga saying what he's saying on his own and his people around, or is it PF? Because he's saying PF.
But deep thinker, you see, it could be, I would give a very easy scenario. It is like, I would say, which a member of parliament can I make reference to? For the purposes of reference, I would give an example that not even his minister. I'm going to give an example of a member of parliament for Rufunsa, or maybe what would I say? I want to give an example of a member of UPND who is in parliament right now, coming over by overnight and declaring that I am now the president of UPND. So right now, I have endorsed UPND to be in alliance with the PF. You understand? So Chabinga has no locus. There is no locus. The locus that Chabinga is standing on is when people challenge Chabinga's existence, the government comes to his defense. It is not the statutes that come to Chabinga's defense. It's a government where it's even recognized by the president. No,
So-
now the president of PF, I wish to acknowledge that.
So,
How?
Vakazia, may I give you some homework, please?
Yes, please give me
Could you
homework.
please find out who is in control of the PF secretariat so that when there's no confusion about which PF we're talking about.
I agree with you. And can I also give you a homework about Deep Finger, which we must all come and report to this forum?
Yes, sir.
I want you to come and I'm giving you homework to follow up if Chabinga and Mausamba follow the legal process in Chabinga declaring himself as president of PF. I'm putting that on you.
So let me just preface that I'll find out, but I'll say this. I think there is a society that confirms who is the leader of what party. And that's where I'm going.
Okay.
Get his feedback here. Who is that one?
But Deep Thinker. But I don't know.
There's so many gadgets which are open. That's one.
Yeah.
There are no gadgets. There's only one gadget which is open. This is my phone.
I can guarantee if I mute you right now, all that noise is going to go away.
When you say that, I don't know what I can do, but this is what I have. I have only one gadget. I'm very alive.
Do you have speakers? Do you have speakers?
No, I don't have speakers, Madani.
Okay, go ahead.
So, what I'm saying is, the Chabinga, Mao Sampa, PF issues is driven by the interest that the UPND has in it. You will see the discussion. UPND never discusses its own agenda to see that, okay, this is about UPND. You will talk about the convention for UPND. You talk for PF. You talk about how long ECA wants people want to be loyal. But you forget that 23 years there was only one convention for UPND with one person. Who is now the president? Nobody. You see, the interference by Deep Thinker, the interference from UPND government in the affairs of PF has created a problem for the patriotic front.
Can I just jump in here? Gentlemen, can I just jump in here to correct Bakazia? UPND has not had one convention in 23. We have had two. So let's put it out there.
Two in 23.
And what? Secondly, the person who holds the key to the PF secretariat right now, who has the books, is Mao Samba. He is the legal president of the party, as recognized by the courts of law.
Look at this. But in November, there is a saying, where there are people, governance about the people. When you force someone on the people, it doesn't matter the legitimacy you can create about it. The legitimacy of Mao Samba being president must be felt by PF members. But when you have government which is saying, oh, we're going to use state institutions to confer this person as to be your president, and that's the one we deal with. When every system around that particular interface, they're saying, no. Munduvile, the people that are in parliament there, the members of parliament that are seated there, how many are saying, oh, Mao Samba, you are the president?
So
now,
my question is not going there. My question is, if I had a lot of money and I wanted to unite to bring all
I think Deep Thinker is you.
Huh?
The feedback is coming from you. You hear that?
I don't have anything open.
Okay, now it's better. It's Vakazia. You go ahead.
So if I had all the money in the world and I want to invite all presidents of political parties in Zambia to find a lasting solution about our Zambian economy, who is going to represent the PF? That is just my question, because that's the person for me. Once I hear that, then that's the person I'll be addressing. Everybody else is just making noise.
Person,
Legal on you illegally in the books.
but deep thinker, that question is very good because you write to the party, and the party will tell you who is coming in. And if another person imposes himself to them, they will remind you to say that person who has come there has no mandate from us. The people that are supposed to be there. So you will not, you will wait to be told from the people.
So
What
right now we don't know who that person is.
No, that person is known. We have told you, the members have told you it's ECL. But you have said, no, it can't be ECL. Now you have imposed your own will to say this is the person that we're going to talk.
But
all right. We are done. We are so done. This back and forth. Thank you for your comments and submissions on this forum. I mean, no. Let's go to the next one.
It actually, I think it ended long time ago. I don't know why.
Yes. I just gave you time to answer that one question Deep Thinker had. So, in order to be fair,
thank you.
Yes, because you two, I know this bromance, it never ends.
Just so seeking understanding.
Yes. No. Shall we talk about the Twala ceremony? You know, and I'll give it to Chief Mpezeni. He brought all kinds of people there. You know, everybody was excited, and of course, you know, I think the tourism in Tipata boomed because we hear all the hotels, lodges, the R&B, everything was booked. To a point where people are even booking, you know, hotels and lodges in the nearby towns of Lundazi and the others.
Always like that every year.
Yes, to get to the ceremony. And of course, the president of the Republic of Zambia graced that occasion, and he donated 400,000 kwacha and some heads of cattle. Which were, you know, of course, enjoyed by everybody that attended the ceremony. But I want us to look at the politicization of that ceremony, because one, that's at that ceremony we saw the Chabinga-led PF. No matter how you don't want, they were out there, and you know, endorsing the UPND for the 2026. And I mean, I saw people with UPND regalia at, you know, I mean, that's supposed to be a cultural event, right? So I didn't understand why we had, I mean, I'm UPND, I'm a UPND supporter, but I didn't understand why UPND was there in the you know, regalia at that cultural event. So and basically, let's be honest, the president also did some politics. So the question is, why are we politicizing our cultural events that are supposed to welcome everybody? Who wants to go first? May I start with
Oh, sorry.
No, before you come in, I think I want to start. I've changed my mind. Let's start with the man who's been too quiet. Dr. Liswaniso, I know you are enjoying the blue waters there and those Puerto Rican women.
When did you say you guys are coming?
Actually, we were talking about it the other day.
Swimming in the ocean.
Yes, March 14th. That's the day we are looking at. March 14th. It's a Friday. That's the day we are looking at.
That would be nice.
Yeah, so we are on the way.
With a deep thinker, eh?
Yes, breaking news. Me and the deep thinker are going to see the dog.
Come over.
In Puerto Rico.
I'll talk to Vakazia so that he can join us.
All right.
No,
You know,
that,
trouble if we join. If I join in, he's in trouble. That one.
Okay,
okay.
we were waiting on Batufia
I
to
might
make
need
his
protection
move.
from you,
No,
Akazi.
me, I'm making my own special mission. I
Oh,
don't
All
want
right.
to, and I don't want to be disturbed when I go there.
You are
okay,
being mischievous.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
So for me, the Nchola ceremony, first of all, I'm very, very impressed with our culture. I'm so proud to be Zambian when I see that ceremony getting bigger and bigger and bigger every year. I think the organizing committee are getting more and more organized, and I think it's getting more international recognition now. I saw people from Japan, Italy, Sweden. These are people that came to witness that ceremony. They came as tourists to come and witness the Nchola ceremony. So yeah, it was very interesting. It was very impressive to see that type of thing. So kudos to the organizing committee. I think I've also seen my own Komboka ceremony getting bigger and better organized, and I think that's very, very nice for Zambia. So these ceremonies are really placing Zambia on the map. I can see the attire for Nchwala ceremony is getting better. I think somebody's becoming a commercial. There must be someone getting those regalia, whatever you call it, what is dresses with all the animal skins and all that. I think someone is making some money somewhere, which is very good for our country. So that's very good. Now, the other thing I observed was there was some history made there where our president passed through a gate for the first time after being denied to get through that gate. Remember, to enter the city of Lusaka, the city of Chipata, the airport. You remember that small gate where those policemen were?
Passport.
Yes, where they wanted a passport to pass through that little gate. He passed through it and said, "Now I'm a free man. I can enter the city of." It was very emotional, I think, for him to pass through that gate where he was denied a few years ago to pass through when he landed at Chipata Airport. So it was very nice to see that. In terms of politicizing the event, I think they had thought about it, how they're going to handle it, because there were so many political. I think nobody was really sure about how to handle the situation, whether to go political or not. There were visitors from South Africa, Swatini. Is it Swatini now? From Swaziland is now Swatini.
It's Swatini, yes. It's a
Yes,
Swatini.
Swatini. So there were a lot of visitors, Lesotho and all these guys were there, including our friends from Congo. So it was very, very nice. But I think they had a dilemma. They didn't know how to handle it. So they had both choices, whether to remain neutral or to be political. I think they had both choices. But when Chabinga started talking and all that type of thing, I think that just made things not good to me. It was no longer neutral. But I think the reason why the government, my government, our government, together with Chandagazia, our government, why they wanted to be a little bit political, they wanted to use that platform, I think is because of the recent loss in Petauke. They realized because the Petauke people were there, the Eastern Province people were all there. I think they wanted to use that opportunity to polish their image a little bit. When they started talking about, okay, this road is now under construction and all that. But the spokesman for the Vaiete, Mankos, yes, he also went political in a way. It was a celebration, and for you to start saying, "No, Mr. President, we want this thing done here, this, that," it bordered between politics and normal requests. In my view, if they wanted those requests, they don't need to mention them during the ceremony. They can write to the president. The Amankosi can travel to State House anytime. I know he can make an appointment to see the president anytime. He's our chief. So he can go there and tell the president ask for those things the president one-on-one.
Yes,
But
and then they actually met before that ceremony at his house. Why
yeah,
didn't he present those requests?
I was wondering, but why should you start requesting? This is politics now. Oh, the road, we want this done, and all that. And people were cheering and all that. But I think those things should have been done in private. I think they met before, yeah, as I've said. I don't know why that. So when I started seeing those type of speeches, I got a little bit uncomfortable. Like, where are we going now? Is this becoming another political area or something? So, but I guess the reason why it became a little bit political is because of the loss in Petauke, and that they wanted to polish it up a little bit, and that's all. But otherwise, I was so impressed with the massiveness of the event and how well dressed everybody was. Our Eastern Province colleagues were very, very. They did a good job. They looked very, very nice. I hope the Kumboka is coming as well, so we hope to impress people too very soon. All right, so that was very nice. The event was massive and nice. I really liked it.
What, as I mentioned, thank you, Doc. Shall we now go to the man who wanted to speak first, the deep thinker?
Oh, okay.
So, I got a different view from what Ladan has said. I think that part of it was not politics. That part of it was just the need. I mean, the people needed to hear that their government and their leader, can communicate some of the challenges. I mean, challenges are there. We can't just show up and have fun and not talk about challenges. We don't know what they discussed behind closed doors. Maybe they talked about it and then the president said, could you say that so that they hear that? Sometimes it's the power sharing. Instead of the president standing up and say, I'm going to do A, B, C, D. It comes from the chief so that the people can know he's advocating for them. I don't know what happened behind doors, but truth
Did
have to be told, facts have to be presented.
you hear about the Bali Highway?
Whether
Bali.
uncomfortable or not, some of the things I have to say, if people are starving, you have to say it. People are starving because they want to hear it. Now, the political part for me was the Chabinga part.
Mm-hmm.
And the other political part for me is, we have a couple of political parties in presidency in Zambia. And presidents come and presidents go. Chiefs stay a much longer period of time in there. Ceremonies like that, I would love to see a time when it is beyond politics. Political leaders come and have fun at a traditional ceremony. They dance, they talk at a traditional ceremony. Because you don't know who's going to be president next. So that's what I want. I want us to reach that level of political maturity whereby we don't just meet at the funerals. We need to meet in spaces like that as a meet.
Right. Great submissions there again. Deep thinkers. Bakazia.
I think, in as much as I may agree with what the deep thinker said, but the manner in which it was done is what I don't really agree. You see, if you are going to have the entire speech on the political things, and the entire things that you're saying you're being punctuated, everybody in Zambia knows what happened to the president, the current president. Everybody. People know that he was denied entry, was what? He spoke about a lot of things that will happen to him, some of which he's also doing to his friends. It is just that. It's a normal thing. He's doing them. They were done to him. He promised I will never do them. He's doing them. That forum for me was just to highlight the things that he has done or what he plans to do because of the question that was asked. If the question is asked, yes, he has to answer it and tell them, okay, I'm looking at ABCD. But quickly go to the promotion of the traditional ceremonies, our values that bring us together, the cultural ceremonies, where is it going to happen next? What are the things that, for me, he went to politics too much. And the chance of giving those Chabinga to be there, that was a staged thing. Everybody could see that is staged. And when you stage things like that, you lose the relevance. Let me tell you something that you must be able to know, you colleagues, that probably have not been very close to the rings of power in Zambia. Most of the things are staged. When they are staged, people know. And when you colleagues here would say, no, this is very good. If it is good, you don't need to, people will know this is good. What happened at Inchwara is a very big problem for us going forward. And I think traditional leaders must be able to stop politicians from behaving like that when they go to Inchwara. There is no one who can behave like that at Komboka. They will be reminded. At Komboka, they will be reminded about the unity of the people and how to avoid politics. They will be reminded by the Kunta. The Kunta is very strict there. They will tell you what to do and how you're going to do it to respect the norms of the tradition. The tradition ceremonies by Deep Thinker must have a chance where all political parties, all political leaders bury their difference. But the most important, the worst thing is that the moment you are there as a political leader from a party that probably you defeated or which doesn't see eye to eye because I said something against the president last week which people don't like it, it is a time for retaliation. It's a time for those young boys to start insulting you. Most of the things that we have lost respect. The respect for the leadership in our country has just gone way too low. The only person we feel obliged to respect is the president. If you are past president, you are past minister, you are past PS, you are past this, you are nobody, you can be told off. And there is no one from government who is going to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute. I do not like what you are doing. Even if that person, I don't agree with his views, but he has a right to be protected by me, and I'm going to defend his right for existence. There's no such a thing that is happening. Look at how much we are insulted ourselves that we went in last government. Look at how Edgar Lungu, he himself is insulted. Yes, he was not a perfect being. He made mistakes. But look at this, the focus on the mistakes, the focus on derogatory language that is just thrown at him. Even if you want to be there, how can you be there? The first thing that was saying, oh, they'll call you thieves, they'll call you this stupid, ignorant, they'll use very unpalatable language. These are useless. You know, you use words that don't build, words that just destroy. Words matter in these national unity events. It's the words that are a problem. People have made mistakes, including me, I've made mistakes. Everyone has. But when you use those platforms as a stage for political campaign or political mileage, you lose the focus on it. Yes, the president has a right. He's the only person at a function like that who can answer to what the chief has said and not allow any other Jim and Jake to be there trying to praise him and pretend that they are with him. These are the people that will run away from him. And I want you to trust this, what I've said. The moment President HH leaves office, these people that have run to him like they want to praise and say you are the Almighty, knowing it, you are what, they are the first ones that take off. He needs to be very careful with them. Let him provide the leadership that is required for the entire country, and let him protect all of the citizens, whether they harmed him in the past, whether they insulted him in the past. They deserve his protection because he's the only one who is there at this point in time. The rate at which I see Max Muwe just write, his writing is just like so, like you're turning off these two little boys that you can talk to. You're telling off, and no one is telling him to say something.
Bakazi, what has Max Moyes
He's
writing
hearing
got
off.
to do with the
Boy, it's not even here to defend himself.
Bakazi? He
So
was living at Nchwala. What has Max Moyes got to do with
No,
it?
I'm talking about the language that is used in these traditional ceremonies when there are functions like that. It is much bigger than you think, Makazin. The things that are said from Mtwala, look at the postings, because these are things that follow after Mtwala. The things that are being said, and they're uniting us. So at times when you see me career off to that, is to bring you to the bigger effect of things that the remnants of when if something has happened for the future. Do we stop so that we promote unity? I may seem like I'm careered off, but what I'm telling you is from what I have said. In conclusion, the event is good. We need to promote more of those, but we need to change the way we look at them from the political lens so that they deserve a national kind of character when we celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Lufia.
I think the issue of Chabinga is, he's just a chancer. Okay? So, it's nothing to do with the UPND government. It's somebody at a quarter fair opportunity ya kusangwa position yako, but na he claiming to be a PF leader, which is still in court. We don't know who it is. And then he finds himself at a gathering, like a traditional ceremony, where the president is there, and he announces that publicly. So much answers. So it's not something that you can. It's not a complicated thing. So really, but to me, I won't even talk much about that, because that's why I look at him as just a chancer. And if he comes, even if he brings people to the party, that's good. That's well enough. As we deal in numbers. But at the end of the day, people have been coming in and out. People that in fact, you're talking about Sampa and everybody else. Look, HH is not going to be a person that you can bribe, or a person that you can hold at gunpoint, or somebody that you can blackmail. Can you unmute yourself? Can you please mute yourself? You're distorting the whole program. Yeah. So HH is not a person that you can do all those things to. That's why abantu abengi ngabayisa balamona kwati no, HH is going to give me this, HH is going to give, and then when they meet him one-on-one, he tells them point blank, Tiremone ine nshakupere ndalama nshakupere to whatever you're trying to do it at your own thing. If you want to come and join the UPND, come join us. If you're expecting me to come and issue some sort of incentives or a position, that's why if you look at the history, all these other opposition political parties, for example, KBF came at the last hour to start claiming that no, I'm a UPND sympathizer, or I'm supporting a president of HH. And then you can even tell by the way he was moving. HH was coming from Livingston. No. I think it was coming from Azabuka at that time. He was going to Livingston. And then he made it at the point where Vakumanapa Road. Okay? Vakumanapa Road, and then so that the president can see him. Okay? To say, oh no, and stuff like that, and all that stuff. We went to Vakwalesa. VKBF. Because he calls himself a president maker. Okay? I don't know how many presidents he's made, but he's claiming to have made all these presidents. So I'm like, look, you came at the 11th hour. There's no way you can come and claim to say you made the president. Same group, WhatsApp group. Us as the UPND, we know what we're doing, and we know where we are, and we know who our members are. To support us, come and support us, well and good. That's I think from that point, I think about Kalinda. Let's close it. Let's talk about other issues. See? Like the kwacha, everybody's been talking about it, the new currency and stuff like that. If we can talk about that, that'd be great.
Yes, let's do that. And I hope we'll stick to the topic at hand instead of digressing as usual, losing us all in the conversation. So, no, actually, before we close, I have some comments that I need to read from one of our regulars. He's not able to join in from Zambia because of his regular network issues that he's currently experiencing. But he did send some answers to the many discussions that we have. So I'll just read them through real quickly. On the PF Chabinga's endorsement, he says, I don't even know now who the PF president is, Lungumaus or Chabinga, seemingly confusion in the camp. So, and then he goes, politics are trial, politics are everywhere. Whenever you invite a politician, you cannot avoid politics. Is there still a formidable opposition in Zambia now that the PF has endorsed HH? He might just be endorsed as an opposed. I do not see the Socialist Party defeating UPND. The probability for now is very low. Anyhow, in politics, anything can happen. And yeah, I'll read through these when we talk about them. So yeah, let's talk about the kwacha, the introduction of the new banknotes. I think the focus for me, it's a 100 kwacha banknote, 20 kwacha, 200 and 500 in the Dr. Danny Karianya, the Bank of Zambia governor, explains, the introduction simply has been necessitated by the inflation that Zambia is currently undergoing, which, doesn't seem to go down anytime soon. So that necessitated that introduction of the new banknotes. And this has divided a lot of citizens in the country. Some are not for it, some are for it. And then we have the opposition on the other hand saying it's a very costly exercise. And there are many explanations there. So let's talk about that. Who wants to go first? I'm going to be a little liberal on this one.
Some more clarity.
I hear Deep Thinker is already, his mouth is already open. Deep Thinker, come in.
No, just for clarity.
Yes.
I know politicians are saying it's an expensive venture. Common Zambians, what's the issue? Have anyone heard Zambians say they don't like this idea because of ABCD? Because that's where my confusion is.
I think we're joined by, just before you come in,
I have heard something.
by, this must be Mr. Kazia's brother, Mr. Kaizeni Kazia. Is that a Kazia? Explain.
Mr. Who?
Kaizen Kazia.
Kaizen. That is Kaizin.
That must be your brother, yes.
Anytime you hear Kazia, that is one clan. We are one big family, and we are all very, very much related by blood. So it's not someone who I would say is not my relative. He's my relative, and I did. Is the one who posed the question?
I did. Well, let's just welcome him just before we talk about Mr. Kaizen Kazia. Welcome to the podcast. And where are you joining us from? Oh, he left. All right.
He disappeared.
He disappeared. All right. Did think you had some question. Go ahead before I disturbed you. Go ahead.
I did ask the question. I want to know what the people on the ground have an issue. What the issue is with the changing of currency.
I have had some interactions. Deep think I can provide some background to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what the issue is for most of the people is that the change of the currency was not a priority in terms of the cost implications that are associated with actually bringing in this new currency. So most of the people on the ground, not the economists, at the higher side of the spectrum of education, the economists that know how things are run and stuff like that. The people on the lower end are saying, is it really a priority to change the currency right now? Because changing the currency has a lot of costs that are associated with it. Meanwhile, we don't have power. Meanwhile, we don't have medicines in hospitals. The cost of things is just going up. The cost of education, there's so many competing needs that on the checklist, the change of the currency is the least priority that government should have actually been thinking about. If you remember, one of them was, I think it was Mao Sampai raised the question. I think he had some credibility around having worked in the Ministry of Finance. Was saying just to change this initial thing, design and everything, will be something like $10 million. Now, $10 million is about 200 million kwacha, which is almost like if you're procuring, for instance, medicines with that much, every hospital will have. So for the bigger people or the lower people of the lower structures of society, is that it's not a priority that the government should have jumped on. And also knowing that in Zambia, we do not understand, because we operate a cash economy, we are so much quicker to fix the pricing to the highest denomination for anything without even understanding the implication. The moment the 500 kwacha comes in, I'll be speaking about Chingona Lusaka 500 kwacha, because then I want to see who has it. And immediately it's not going to be attached more much to the production and things like that. I do not agree with the thinking of government that, oh no, because the currencies were being defaced. I do not agree with that. I wish they could reprint others. That's just a question of getting the defaced ones and replacing them. But to say the reason is because the currency is defaced, I don't buy that. I don't know. Anyway, government priority, if they think it's a priority for them, let's see how they're going to transition all that money that they're using for currency vis-a-vis the competing needs that they'll be facing going into 2020 for 2026 in the election year. But for me, it was a question of priorities. Is this really a priority, looking at the competing needs and the pressure that the citizens are actually facing right now? If we had even subsidized the 200 million in terms of fuel or millime or whatever, it would have helped people for this year. Probably to have helped them in a much better way to alleviate the kind of suffering that they are going through. So that is what I could say from the ground. It's a question of priorities.
Okay. Doc, your comment on the introduction of the new banknotes, the bill
All right.
they're saying
First of all, I've discussed this with Gazia before.
Mm-hmm.
One, there are two. When I say this, there are two schools of thought about the introduction of money. ZNBC, what's the other one? Prime TV, and I think there's another one. There are a number of television stations in Zambia now that asked people on the streets of Lusaka about the new currencies. You can go there on YouTube, on I think Prime TV and ZNBC and all that. On the ground, there are three things that the people they asked, and I believe in those people that are asked on the street. If you want to know what the Zambian is thinking about something, not this economic stuff Chanda is talking about, nobody talks about those things. The person on the street said the following things. From one, ine change or minibus. Manje from Chirenje, manje ngakala 500 au bazani percentage punch, something like that. They were concerned about the change, and people, because of the 500, oh, it's too high and all that type of thing. That's what people on the street were saying. Secondly, they were concerned about losing their money. Nanga 500 ikabwa one day, because they were asking them, what do you think about the new money? Oh, manje nikasogesa 500 in Nishchayuma or something like that. Thirdly, they agreed with the government introduction of new money because the old kwacha notes were always in very, very bad shape. That's what they said. Oh, but we're not into my 100 kwacha. Don't see out. So it's very good that they've introduced new money. So an ordinary person on the street, that's what ZNBC found. They were concerned about changing market, Soweto market team. If someone comes with 500 kwacha, how will I break it down and something like that? They were concerned about if I lose it, and they agreed with the introduction of new money because the money that is right there in Zambia, I'm told, I haven't been to Zambia for some, I'm told the notes are in really, really, really bad shape.
You can tell you us that you've used it. That I even have one here. It doesn't. I mean,
Okay.
you can't know about that.
No, I'm saying they were showing the cameraman. They were showing the cameraman. You can go on YouTube and see it. They were showing him on to my paper. Anyway, now we come to the Ponka people. What's this? Tonse people and all that. They have their different views. Now, those are the ones who are saying, "Oh, the government is spending money, 10 million. What? So we have political commentaries, and
Yes.
ordinary people are concerned about their change and losing 500 kwacha not. The politicians are the ones talking like Wachanda is saying here. They say, oh, the priorities, if you look the budget of what, or subsidizing the fuel, and those are political people. The ordinary person on the street doesn't even know how much it costed to print money. Nobody knew at all. The ordinary person, they were asking minibus. Nobody. Okay. Now, the other thing that
in fact, the Bank of Zambia will make money.
Yes. And the thing is, so when we hear people talk about economics or 2.5%, this and that, just know that one is a political person, is into the opposition and all that. The ordinary person doesn't talk like that. Next, the politicians that are saying this money was expensive, they don't realize that this process, which UPND has carried out today, was approved by PF in 2020.
Right. Actually,
they are the ones who approved it. And they said 2025, you will print new money. PF did it. They approved the budget, Bank of Zambia's budget, that time. And now here, the government comes in power and they follow what they approved in 2020. And they're saying, why are they doing this? Aren't you the ones who said in 2025, the money at that time would have, the banknotes would be in a bad shape by then? They are the ones who approved the whole project. It's not fair. That's all I have to say.
I think relate to that and respond to that, Chair.
Later, if you're coming.
Well, I think here's the thing. What I want to do, I want to simplify things for our Zambians, for Vamayo, sitting at at the market. Anybody that has questions for Mamayo kuserenje, kwakaputa, kusamfia, evekere pa market, kusolwezi, nakulu vingi, para maramba market, nabeka, valeranda, watu wakwalesa, ama new notes aya, valeranda tingaya isa, nishala leto wafya, finshi valeranda po, moneni. The opposition, what they're trying to do is this. They're trying to confuse Umwina Zambia. What we need to look at is this. Not Kwatama notes, okay? When it comes to the paper currency, leta mpapali 10 kwacha, yaisa pa 20, 50, 100, 200 na 500. Nomba moneni. Abantu abali mu opposition balera ndati muneni baleta 500 kwacha mukarashita jani awe bane bushe nga baleta ama notes bushe balera ndati bamayo abayeshisha tomato pa market balingire bakwata 500 kwacha awe. So those are the things that we need to explain to the people. Tabalera ndati 500 kwacha wewe mulingire na mukwata iyo bane kulina ama coin ileta mpapali 1 kwacha 2 kwacha 5 kwacha indalama ofo shaba kushita operate pa business yopo iperere lolo waya ku banki la kuperamo options urefu ofunye kwa ma 20 kwacha fe eka urefu ofunya fyama 50 kwacha eka urefu ofunya ma 100 yala kuperamo options urefu ofunya fyama 500 kwacha. You see, so those are the things that abantu bengire beshibe. So area shi ili lipo area kwa 500 kwacha 500 kwacha nga waponya ni chapa walusa business however ne na manipo wala kwa 500 kwacha mpocket nista uichinjishe iyo 500 kwacha nga wayako banki kulia nao kwata 500 kwacha mu banki for example bama yo bashikisha tomato baiste deposit vana bakwata 500 kwacha mu banki balefa mayiro kachiro paka mkoda fimbi nichi balasendera 500 kwacha not even when she's got an option to get 100 kwacha ali 5 when she's got an option ukukwata ama nani kana ama 50 kwacha ali 10 when she's got an option yengi sana ngabalefa kucho babika macoin yeka kuyafe ku banki mwebena Zambia bembi bepa ngolefu ayafe we mwine fe macoin kuti wakwata. That's legal tender. In conclusion, legal tender is legal tender. Takwa bokanenda lama ero nga bachinja if you offer to landa mwamputula because ningwa tefingi sana kulanda paliriashi because look, the other reason, security features, durability na abantu apanomba balesta panic abaleleteriashi bali kwatama ukwa bags mumayanda bane ngatamwishibe bali kwatenda meeting tano cho basunga
Bacha.
so efo ili so monene ofo ili apanomba bachinja currency ukukonka nefunde ya chalo cha Zambia na Bank of Zambia nofo babomba na abanda imwe bantu mwebe chalo monene nga wali kwata ka 200 kwacha wali sunga munani kane munganda olokupiro nga twachinje ndalameshi ka twaleni ku banki bamipere ndalame ishipya ala bali abakwata amatranki n'amatranki baletina nomba teti batwala amatranki kunani kane ku banki bamwana ebiri yashiri yakusunga endalama mayanda terero yatampa yatampira kale
In conclusion,
bavera bakalinda na conclusion ye. So anyway, so efo iririashi abantu baletina okuya kutwala endalama ku banki ofo baletina problem ilipo baletina okutwala endalama ku banki.
Our beloved President Pierce.
Mwamona baletina endalama okuya kutwala ku banki eripo eriashi nga mwayikonka fe bwino ndemyebe chishinga mukamune fyara achitikapa abantu bakalaja sara enda fe awe bane nalisungire endalama nalishikire kufamu you know but barefiro okutwala ku banki. Okay, I rest my case.
Vakazia 1 minute.
Wakalinda, Mwampela san 1 minute.
Well, you had your 3
You
minutes.
talked already.
I was responding to the deep thing.
Mwapera bakazia 1 minute de mulemputula.
He
He
said it's
was
valuable.
responding to my question. I asked, what's he on the ground?
And then I answered, but Dan came and he told me off that I'm living in the pipe dream. So what he said is what is happening. So it's fine if he thinks that what I said doesn't exist. Now, my submission on this particular matter is that nga mwasende fintu fyonse mu politics, because when someone comes to have an intellectual kind of conversation on this forum, then you have to send them politics that also Urela and the party finisher doesn't mean we're only politician. It is what has brought our country to what it is right now. Because the solutions that are coming to other people, or when they challenge you to think beyond what you are thinking, you label them as politics. You label them as, they don't mean anything. I don't know how you expect me that I would be very supportive of what you are thinking. Because then it's the question that I must now punch holes in what you are saying to show you that it is a bad government decision, even when people are ignorant, they don't know. It is not up to those people to know the implication of how much you're going to use the money for. They're not interested in knowing how much you're saying. It is the effect of when you divert this money into what you're doing, all the other people that you're supposed to save, that becomes a challenge. If you have a backup and doesn't matter, ignore what I'm saying. You have to ignore what everyone else is saying. Continue on your program. Because it will lead you to where you want to be. But when we challenge you to say money, changing of the money, no one says you can't change the money. But you here, when you're having an intellectual conversation, is it a priority? If the UPND government think it's a priority, they must change the money. Let them go ahead and change the money. But that should not stop us telling you to say, if you money cheater, you are taking away money from these priority programs, because these are the real things. I want to right. People are complaining about power, the cost of commodity pricing. But much now Zambia, but if you don't have to pay now. But then here, when people tell you about how you can resolve to attend to what people are facing every day, what do you do? The fact that you can do whatever you want to do.
Bakazia.
No, let me be
The
honest
question was on the banknotes. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I want to be very clear with my colleagues that are here.
Mm-hmm.
So that when the people say give banknotes, if you were heard what I'd said I do not personally have a problem to change the money. You can change 1 million times. But the question that you have to also know is that what is the cost? Is this a priority?
Before Vakalinda disturbed me, I had a point, I had an answer for you on that point.
Can you keep quiet? This is what you tell me when I want to interject you.
What is that step, Vakalinda?
No, we are on a time limit. People, we need to realize
it was my time and you didn't give me enough time to exhaust my point.
Over 3 minutes. We gave you 5. I gave you 5 minutes.
Government, which is failing to deliver on a few things, to sugarcoat things. When things are wrong in the country, Paropa Forum, what I've known Wakalinda and Wadipo, we have said we will say it what it is. We will respect the
we agree.
You can't say people on the ground you say $10 million. Who told $10 million?
I'm saying if I go by
the person on the street. On the street,
Danny, can you keep quiet, Danny? What is your problem now? You are telling other people to keep quiet. You can't keep quiet yourself. No, stop bullying me here. I want to make my presentation.
Go ahead.
You
have 1 more minute.
You are giving your ideas and you are dreaming about what you are dreaming. You are allowed to dream on this forum. You can say whatever you want to say, and it must be respected as such.
So you are respected, Bakazia. You are protected. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have got done and others that even when we discuss.
This is why we go over, because of these side shows. Let's stick to the point at hand.
My point, Vakalinda, on the money, I do not have a problem. They can change the money whatsoever they want to do. But is it a government priority, and how does it affect the bigger picture? The issue of UQA bags, they have 1 year to transition. So if people have UQA bags, they will still get their money changed by 1 year when the last currency will be gotten, because you can't get all the money in 1 month. It's a year's thing. It's in the statutory instrument when you change money. So if you have a UQA bag before, it's meant to for people to just panic. If someone has a UQA bag, they will be given enough time to take the money to the bank.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. So if you have UQA bags, even the current ones have ask Chabinga, where they kept the money for Central African Republican Clinic, 3 million.
Don't worry about that. Worry about your 10 million that you've claimed.
No, worry about that as well. Don't worry about what I'm saying. Worry about the other things as well. I'm telling you. You shouldn't be telling me to worry about something. Then I also tell you what to worry about. So we should each other worry about each other. You worry about yours.
Let's get back to the topic. In conclusion, Bakazia.
It's difficult to have a conversation when you are constantly interjected and
But you see, the problem is, Bakazian, when the others are talking, you interject.
But you always
Eh,
come and they
Bakazian.
talk, I keep quiet.
All of you have the same issue. When the one person is talking, you interject.
I'll give them the test of their medicine. Let them come and talk here now. Okay.
Okay. And again, let me just reiterate the rules of the game is if somebody's talking, we all keep quiet. No interjection until when it's done. That's just the way we need to communicate. Anyway, are you done? Bakazi.
For now, I'm done. But I don't
Okay.
want to-
All right. Let me just also read this note that came through WhatsApp from Masiliso, who's our regular out of Zambia. And he says, good to introduce new banknotes, but what is very cardinal is the strength of the currency. I'm concerned how the Zambian kwacha is eroding against the US dollar until we begin to produce and export so that there is really value in our money. The new notes will just be impressive to look at. That's somebody on the ground, that's Zambians on the ground in Zambia always say. So shall we move on to the MPs walk out of parliament because somebody decided to stand up and raise a point on the high prices in Zambia when it was not his turn or her turn to talk? Because in parliament there are rules and regulations to follow. So with that, we saw MPs from actually the ruling party and UPND and independent walking out because of that, for floating, parliamentary rules. Your comment. Shall we start with Deep Thinker on this one?
But Kazia Mushan.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's you and me because the last topic I wasn't asked to speak, but I'll let it go. Hello?
Didn't speak. I thought you were the first person that I called upon.
No, I asked for clarity.
Okay, you speak. You speak. Speak on it.
No. The story about UPND walking out of parliament, I didn't read up on that one or understand. So I want to learn what really happened in there. So I'll yield my time to the people, some people to discuss it.
Let Matrufia tell you what happened. He has all the details. Matrufia.
What's the question again? What is it?
He wants to know what happened with the MPs walking out of parliament.
What the issue was
Well,
the walkout.
Well, the issue was this. I think one member of parliament from Lunte, he asked, or he posed the question. According to the laws or the standing orders, there are certain ways, there are rules and regulations in which you present questions. Okay, so what he did was he said, we want to talk about the economic situation in Zambia. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Economic situation in Zambia. In that effect,
can I help you to put that one in the background if it's okay with you?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I did think in parliament, their parliamentary debates go on until there is a process of adjournment. And to adjourn, you don't just wake up. It's just like the way the same board meetings where the motion to adjourn is raised and then people adjourn and then they go. So at that point in time, the Lunte member of parliament raised a question to compare with the parliament to discuss ways of addressing the cost of living, which was skyrocketing.
Yes.
So he raised that point. I don't know if it was in a point of order or it was a point of submission that was there. But at this point in time, it's like the agenda item is exhausted. Therefore, they need to raise, if you want to raise that, it's like the way we discuss here. Now, if there's something that is very cardinal, we say, okay, let's first go offline and then we raise a point, and then we discuss it, maybe away from the bigger time. But then, Lunte Member of Parliament wanted it to be discussed there, and then to say, they are struggling. But I know that you used, obviously, the political language around themselves to say they are struggling. Therefore, I want to raise a point there whereby you, since you failed to actually address the cost of living, let's sit down here in this parliament, find ways of addressing the cost of living that is affecting the people out there. The members of the UPND did not like that. That is how they walked out, and there was commotion, and you've seen some videos around that. And then after that, they left. When they left, then the issue of now the members of the Patriotic Front within Parliament came out to address people to say, what kind of people are you? That
Point of correction. Point of correction. Point of correction. Point of correction, Makazia.
UPND,
Point of correction.
Independents who walked out.
Independents walked out.
PM walked out.
PF members of parliament walked out. Okay, so you need to ask yourself, why did all these members walk out?
Can I rephrase that part for the deep thinker? So when that happened, the UPND members of parliament with the ministers went out. Some independents left, and some of the PF UPND aligned members of parliament that vote. Let me finish. In parliament, you can choose as a PF member of parliament, you can choose to align your vote, which means that when there's a motion that comes, you can choose to vote with the government in power. There's nothing wrong. So you can say, even if I belong to PF, but I'm aligned on this particular matter with UPND, you can go out with them. So that is a group that left with the UPND. So that is what brought the conversation. Unless I've misrepresented myself.
Can I come in?
You said aligned to the UPND. They are not aligned. They were just doing the right thing. Okay, they were just doing the right thing. I mean, if somebody, if it's a Patriotic Front member of parliament, and he has
the deep thinker wanted to get the background. No, whether they did it right or not.
All right. That's the background to a deep thinker.
Can I come in, please? You people got it wrong. Can I come in, please?
I just want some understanding.
Go ahead. Bring your insight.
Our MP explained this in very plain language. Dr. Musanje explained what happened. And he wrote that on the Mbawala constituency website, clearly. Now, I'm reading this to everybody. In Parliament, there is a procedure, under parliamentary procedures, there's what is known as motion after adjournment of Parliament. That means when you have finished business of the day, members of Parliament, some members of Parliament would want to stay behind. That means motion after adjournment of Parliament means the business for the day is finished.
Yes.
Okay? People can stay behind the chambers and share ideas. So what happened was that day they had done everything that was on the agenda, and they said, the end of the day, we are going home, bye-bye. Anyone who wants to have what is known as motion after adjournment of Parliament can tell everybody what they will discuss when they remain behind. So this is a voluntary thing. It has nothing to do with you stay behind and share ideas as colleagues, as parliamentarians. So the Chabinga, is it Chabinga? I don't know whether the guy was. Kafwaya. He said, okay, we want to teach some of the current government how to lower this. So those of you who belong to the ruling party, stay behind. We can share with you how to lower the cost of living. So stay behind. Though we have closed Parliament today, that's the end of the day. Bye-bye, see you home. That was officially closing the Parliament for that day. So the remaining behind, it's for those people who have interest in that motion. So it was the end of the day. People were packing. Some of them had children to pick from school or whatever. They said, man, if you want this to be discussed, put it on the next agenda so that we discuss it during the normal sessions. That was the end of the day. People were going home. And that was the reason why some of the MPs from PF had to go, because they had commitment. They knew when the parliament closes, and they were driving off, going home. So for PF and whatever, they say, oh, they walked out. No, it was a topic that was presented for what is known as motion after adjournment of parliament. And according to the MP who I talked to, said these sessions normally are sessions of, what can I say, normal sessions are like, it's just like, they're not very serious topics. Normally, it's like, oh, guys, let's talk about, oh, where do you take your car for servicing and all this type of thing. Let's say behind and all that type of. So they do things, light moments at the end of a session. Those people want to discuss certain things as parliamentarians at the end of a session. So that was what it was. If this, the Kafwaya wanted this thing to be discussed, the full house, they have the right to go to the speaker and put it on the agenda so that the whole house, whatever, discuss it during the normal session, not when people are going home. The speaker says, okay, at the end of the day, we adjourn everything, see you tomorrow. And then you say, okay, those who want to discuss this thing, how to help them, let's help them stay behind. And that's the reason why people were moving out. There was no law to say stay behind as per. So they didn't run away. They just said, hey man, how can you introduce this thing? The speakers closed the session for the day, and you want us to stay behind, and if we walk away, no, you have run away. So it was very childish. In my view, it was very childish. That's why there were members of all different parties. I mean, PF, some of them were saying, I'm busy, I have an appointment with a doctor, I've what I'm going. It's everybody that moved. It wasn't just the ruling party. So it is taken out of context by Kafwaya. That's what happened.
But then I don't know how different it is with what I said. Because you said that I didn't understand that. That is exactly what I said. I said these are motions after people have discussed and they want to discuss something that is very important. And if
you didn't use the word voluntary.
No, I didn't use voluntary, yes.
Yes. There are voluntary sessions.
But Danny, the point why Kafwaya was upset and most people are upset about the UPND's behavior around that, when they wanted to discuss their allowances, there were motions after, and they sat down there to discuss how they are going to raise their allowances. What is wrong in having to discuss what is affecting the Zambians right now? It's not like it cannot be voluntary. It can be voluntary, but you are there to address the systems that are there, whether it is rudely put to you or not. That is what is the disappointing factor for most of the people. It is the behavior that this is what is affecting the people. There's no power right now. There's the cost of living is going up. Fuel, everything is going up. How do you address this? Then you say that is very low.
Why not introduce it in the main session?
May I come in, Madam Moderator?
Yes, may the deep thinker come in, please.
So now I have a clear understanding of what happened. So what is the topic of discussion? What now that we have this clear, they didn't have to stay. It's disappointing. It's not against the law. They have to go, right? So is it disappointing that they walked away from discussions about improving lives of Zambians, but they're not obligated to stay there? So now, what's the topic of discussion? Having that background.
Bachilufia, ask the question. Bachilufia. What has happened to Mr.
I'm here. What's the question? I'm sorry.
He's playing chess and he's listening to us. That's the
No. What's the question? I step out to go see my son.
Deep thinker, ask your question again so he can answer.
I wanted the background of this situation, and I've understood the people walked away because it was after hours. They were not obligated to stay for that session. It's very disappointing. but people have lives beyond parliament. Or so I walk out of meetings when, if they say it ends at 3 and I have a doctor's appointment at 3:30, I walk out if they want to discuss something. It's disappointing, but I got to go. So now
That is
that we
you
know
is that
that
is not
background, what is the topic of discussion for this forum?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think what we need to understand is the UPND members of parliament, including independents, as well as the opposition, they walked out because they didn't classify Valunte's member of parliament's submission as an issue. Okay, because one, he did not consult with his individual party members, first of all. Okay, so in most cases, according to what we know and what we've read and what we've other members of parliament have discussed, before you present issues like that, you have to tell your fellow members of parliament to say, guys, I'm going to present this issue or this topic today. Can you support me on this one? And people are like, oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, okay. What is it? This topic is this. Okay, fine. He just came up abruptly without consultation. I don't know, without consultation. And
He's not obliged to consult.
Madam Moderator.
Yes.
I don't know if I've made. Why did this become an issue if I don't have to stay?
I guess let me ask this question.
I'm just confused. Why do we have this issue blowing the internet, blowing everything? If I don't have to stay,
Can I answer the question?
I have an answer for you, Deep Think.
Okay. 1 minute. One person at a time.
Please.
Let finish your question, and then we'll go to all of you are going to answer his question. He's going to ask you.
Well, you know what? Like me, I said it already. Like
okay.
he didn't have.
Let's go to Doctor. This
Oh,
one, then Rakazia last in that order.
All right. The issue about Deep Thinker is that the opposition are saying that the ruling party MPs have refused. They walked out of parliament. They refused to discuss national issues. Why did you elect them to go to parliament when they are not ready to stay in parliament and debate the issues you sent them there for? That is the statement Tonse and all that they are saying to the Zambian people. These people you have elected to go to parliament, they are not ready to discuss your issues. They walked out of parliament yesterday. That is why the people now in the ruling party are saying, people, this is not a case. This is mispresentation of what happened. We go there to debate issues, but that wasn't the case. The case was this was after hours. So that's why the Tonse Alliance are not telling the people the truth what happened. They're just saying these guys, when they go to parliament, when the motion is put on the floor, they walk out. They don't want to discuss your issues. That is why the UPND MPs are at pain trying to explain to people what happened. And that's why it's a debate now in Zambia right now.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Before we come back to you, Kazia had a question for you. Go ahead, Rakazi.
No. I wanted to answer the Deep Thinker the same way, but Daniel has given the UPND's answer. I'm giving you the Tonse answer right now. The Tonse answer was that it was irresponsible by the UPND members of parliament, including cabinet ministers, to walk out of parliament singing when such a matter is a matter of very serious national interest. It did not show the seriousness and commitment to the conversation. Because when that motion was raised, and you know the significance and the challenges that are going on, you would have said, okay, Let's sit down. What do you have to do to say, okay, how many minutes are you allocating to it? We are busy, but we can maybe spare the next 10 minutes to listen to what you have to present to us. But you just walk away like, oh, you should bring this some other time. Like now, it doesn't matter at that point in time when it is brought in the house. It was irresponsible. It is not illegal, deep thinker, but it was irresponsible. Now, what has happened is now damage control by wanting to raise issues to say, oh, we didn't like the manner in which it was raised. But then they forget that that is a political house. Whether the person rises by just gives it a rant, and then like here we will rant, but then the question is that you come and ask what is the question, even if a person has ranted in any way, but you ask the necessary question: what is the way forward? And you see, to pretend that that is the first time that the hostility or unpalatable language has been used in Parliament was not correct, because they even pointed back to the Minister of Information, Cornelius, that you have used the unpalatable language here in this Parliament itself. So for me, UPND did not play the politics right. They were cornered in a political move, and they got caught in that political move. Because to just walk away from that kind of conversation, which everybody is looking out for, was political suicide. They should never do that again. More importantly, that they are the ones governing. When you are governing, you have a big head. So people will come from different angles to bring you to that. And when you behave like that, the best thing to do is to apologize for walking out and say, yes, maybe we were blindsided from how things were coming. But to come and say, oh, this doesn't make sense, oh, you are overly sensitive to this. Yes, they are sensitive because people are going hungry. The cost of living has just done bad, but it's bad. So anytime that this conversation is going to be brought in to discuss the cost of living, it's better the parliamentarians listen and sit down in unison. Whether it is a person they don't like who brings it out, they need to sit down and have a conversation.
Where is your question in that? Am I missing your question?
I was not asking the deep thinker. I was giving the deep thinker my input to how it was being viewed after the deep thinker asked the question.
Okay, deep thinker, go ahead and do your thing.
Vakazia, my thing is just seeking clarity from Vakazia. Are we all on the same page that these MPs and ministers, they didn't have to stay in Parliament because the session was over?
Deep thinker, deep thinker, we are even the one who asked the question knew that the session has ended and they needed not to. But this is a matter of national interest that they have to pay attention and required their thinking to come back to it, because it is affecting the people they represent. Going away from it is what, like you said, it is the responsibility of going away that is being under that the members of the UPND and the ministers are being.
They told him to register in a normal session.
But then the question of people suffering can be registered any time. It doesn't have to wait until the normal session. Even that was the normal session. They needed to say, okay, we agree. What is your question? The question asked. When it is done, then you got done. But to come and say we are walking away, it was just irresponsible.
Well, maybe they used the wrong term, walking away. We have knocked off.
They did. That's why there's been a deep thing of them walking away.
No, but the session was over. That's what you do when the session is over. You walk away.
No, like deep thinker. The question was not raised why they are walking away. No, they were seated. Then they had even the chance to process, and then it chose not. That is when they chose to walk away. It wasn't like, oh, they are going out, then someone is busy telling them, oh, come back now, we come and discuss. That's what it didn't make sense. But they were all seated. The speaker was even went, hey, why are people walking away? The speaker
the speaker ended the session for the day.
Why was the same speaker who ended the session you surprised
Then,
that people walking
then
away?
after the speaker ended the session, you allowed us.
Let me ask you a question. Why is the same speaker who had ended the session got surprised when people are walking away? Why was he surprised?
Kashman, the motion. What did you call Kafuaya's motion? What was
I
it called?
don't know. I don't know if you've
It
answered.
was called motion after adjournment of parliament.
I have asked you a question. You say the same speaker who had closed the session.
I
Why
don't
was he
know. I'm not a
surprised?
speaker.
Yeah?
I'm not a speaker.
Yes, but the question is that's why I'm telling you, I'm not a
But
speaker.
Kafuaya's motion was known as motion after adjournment of parliament. What does that mean?
If I disputed, it wasn't a motion after adjournment.
It was the motion after the parliament was
But if I
adjourned.
disputed that, if I
What's going on?
no, because you see, Dan is asking me questions like I'm in dispute of the question. If I disputed it,
it was after the parliament session was closed.
But Dan, I have not disputed the motion after adjournment. And it is not the
adjournment, people stand up
the
and go
motion
home.
after adjournment has been raised. There are motions of adjournment which, when it benefits the members of parliament, they sit down and discuss. When it benefits the other Zambians, they say now the motion has been done, let's go away. Why don't they go away when it benefits them? Why don't they go away to say, hey, this is good for us, but we can discuss it later? Why?
Yeah, I think it's not a big deal, really. Like all these things that you're trying to bring up, it's not a big deal. To be honest, if you ask me, it's not a big deal. It's not gonna move the needle. It's not gonna move the needle. I think the question was the cost of living.
But
Okay.
If you see it as not a big deal, leave it then. Let for us.
Okay, no, but here's the thing. If you listen to what I'm saying, is this: the question was about the cost of living, whether they walked out or walked in or whatever. The topic will forever be there, of which it can be discussed at length in other parliament sittings. Okay, so
that is how you mislead members of parliament.
No. Here's what I'm saying: is this?
I have a question for you after this.
The cost of living, okay, it can be discussed and it can be brought up to parliament, and members of parliament, especially our team, the UPND government, can explain to you. I mean, sometimes you don't even have to raise questions like that because you can able to see for yourself what's happening in your own constituency. Valunte varia, valunte. Ngamwaya kulunte kulia. There are developmental projects that are happening there that have never happened since
You are now trying to fabricate lies here. It is not right. You understand what I mean? This is not right. Stop fabricating. You see?
No.
When was the last time?
Ngamwaya kulunte.
I drove through that.
Moderator, please stop these guys. Let's go.
All right, people. This is what I was talking about. I'm tired. At this point, it's 4 hours, 7 minutes. We are not even going to have the run. Let's just close the show today. Shall we? 4 hours, 8 minutes?
I think so. Next time we'll have run.
I think so. We can talk in the background now if people want to have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, we started at 1 o'clock. It's 5:20.
It's motion after adjournment of the parliament or
Yes.
session, whatever they call it.
All right. On that note, we come back again with fresh topic.
We didn't even talk about Arsenal.
There is no rant today. There is no rant today.
No Arsenal.
Yeah, we have no time to talk about Arsenal today. Let's just end the show, and we will link up next week at the same time, 1 o'clock.
All right.
To our viewers, thank you for watching, and keep watching these videos as we post them on our Facebook pages and YouTube, and share. Let's meet up next week and Keep the faith.